Yo, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on, man? I'm gonna give it a couple of more. Man, I'm gonna give it like 2 minutes, man. Waiting for some people to pull up, man. You know what I'm saying? So we can get this thing started. Give me like 2 minutes, y'all.
Till the day that I die, ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Every day of my life, man, I gotta stay 100. That's just how it is when you coming where I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know the L is the same and the B is for Blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but just keep that on the lizzo. My bloodline is filthy, most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master counting decimals. Sticky situation, so I keep my heat accessible. I'd rather your peeps than my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all. Just in case you didn't know it, man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cats that help me get it might try to take it from me. My deepest fear is goons pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots, pop, pop, and try to blind me. I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I came from a family where females were go-getters. Granddad was an alcoholic, grandma was a bootlegger. Hey man, that's where I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to bust ya. And Uncle Dan, he was a fool, he didn't care about too much. You smoke, you too. Taught us that drug dealers didn't last too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. I see death around the corner. Lord knows, where will I be without Joanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, your boy been hunted, man, I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know goons that was killers that committed suicide. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I'll never sell my soul. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100.
Yo, 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 what's going on, man? It's your boy, Open the Knowledge, man. How y'all doing out there on this Wednesday? Damn, it was a beautiful day today. Niggas was out in tank tops and shit out here, man. And 2 days from now, shit, it might be 30 degrees outside. You know what I'm talking about? That's that tropic shit, man. But man, I hope y'all told somebody out there that y'all love them, man. Somebody, someone, or something, because they need it, man. Shout out to the military and the armed forces, man. Those who serve, those who serving, and those who are going to serve. Thank y'all for keeping our country safe over here, man, so we can walk out our door and choose what we decide to want to be. Whether we go left, right, up, or down, it don't matter. We still got free choice and free will. Whether you want to choose religion or not, it's your choice. How you want to live your life, also, it's your choice. You know what I'm talking about? So that's what it's all about, man. Shout out to the chat, them boys up in the chat, man. Hey, the links in the chat. Anybody come on up, man. Open topic. I do got some paperwork that I'm gonna bring out. You know what I mean? That I'm gonna go over. Uh, you know what I mean? I'm hoping Alabama will come up. Um, plus I got my dog right here, Straight Smoke. I'm a goddamn bro. You know what I mean? Me and him can get into it, man. But you know, that's about it, man. I don't, you know, we do what brothers do. We argue the motherfucking day, and uh and be right back tomorrow. That's what
and
brothers
be
do.
right back tomorrow.
Where Wild Savage, what's going on, man? Damn, all them boys pulling up today, man. Yo, y'all boy hit the link, man. Let's get into some work, man. Stand on some business. I want some of my these younger generation, man. This not even so called saying younger generation, but you know what I mean, even the ones that got substantial knowledge and don't think they do. Shit, I want to hear from y'all too, man. Come on, let's build. And those of y'all who don't ever think that you don't have enough information. The first step, your genealogy. Once you know you American Indian and you stand on that, that's your backbone right there. Ain't no other information, dog. Really, you need, tell you the truth. But if we go into it because we want to see, you know what I mean, how we gonna figure this thing out. That's why I do it. That's why I do it. And you know what I mean? And I think that's why everybody else doing it. Because we trying to figure this shit out. You know what I mean? Shout out my dog Straight Smoke, man. What's going on, bro? How you and the family?
Man, you know how it is, you know.
June
Every day is
bud.
a great day above ground, my dude. Real talk. Can't wait to see what you got up your sleeve. That's the truth, though. Let's get into it. You know, let's
You know I
let's
keep some
do it.
shit, dog. You know
I
I keep
know it.
some shit, man. You already know, man. You already know. But shit, man, before I get into it, man, you already know I got to go ahead and drop this out for for K God of L. You know what I mean? Shouts out and long live, man. Rich Neil Bay, man. You know what I mean? And Mary Gal, Copper Goddess, Sister Reese, Unscrambled Mind Dots, all them, man, and everybody else who appreciate this song right here, man. Here y'all go. Yeah, yeah. What it look like, man? What it look like?
Let's you know what it
Real,
is.
man. I feel the same way you feel about it.
Word.
I just don't
I
want to
can't
rush, man.
tell.
I just want to take it one day at a
Me
time.
too.
That way we can reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest
I
point? Let me know.
then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. I got you. I got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. See, we don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. patient. Anticipation of love making, got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heartbeat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after, so all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind, I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life, well come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug, well come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it's supposed to be. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Say you like me, is what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I'll be you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can buy. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool with my tool, lock it down just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Yeah, man. Peace and love, man. What's going on? What's going on? Man, shoot out the chat, man. Goddamn, a dog juice up in here, man. You already know. Straight smoke, always. You know what I'm talking about. Rolling with the gang, you know what I mean? Big dog Philly OG, my OG. Peace and love, man. I hope all is well. You already know. V Note checking in. You know what I'm talking about. What's going on, Young Gun Assassin. That's what I call them boy there, man. The Young Gun Assassins, you know. Michael Harris, man. What's going on with your baby boy? Goddamn a dog, milestone thoughts. You feel me? My type of nigga. A wild ass Indian, a wild savage. You know what I'm talking about? You already know. Shout out to the wild Indians, man. For real, for real. Junebug 13. My dog. Peace and love, man. Big Chief All American. What's happening? EJ Taylor. Empress. Uh-oh. Hey. How you doing, goddess? Empress. Hey. Thank you for tuning in. 305 War Chief. What's going on with you, man? Shout out to all of y'all, man. My dog Juice, you know. Key. You know what I'm talking about? That's my dog right there, man. You know what I mean? Out there on the West Coast. You feel me? Still doing big things, man. Taking care of the family, holding it down, man. I hope all of y'all in the chat. I hope y'all peace and prosperity. You feel me? And hope all is well too. You know what I mean? Where long as y'all good, I'm good. You feel me? But yeah, man. Let me finish up real quick so I can go ahead and hey Empress. Yeah, all is well. All is well, Empress. I'm blessed. You know what I mean? To be around family on and off the internet. Cause I feel this is a family. This environment is a family. We argue, we fight, you know what I mean? We laugh, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? We share pain together. So it's just like a family to me, you know what I'm saying? So thank you for coming in and tuning in, man. My dog Kill Switch. What's going on, my Flo Bertha? Yeah, flow motherfucking power. You know what I mean? Nah, flat power, man, to my peoples, there, man. But you know what I'm saying? Yes, Empress. It's and if you a mama, you know what I mean. And if you're not, then your mama. We believe in matriotic. Well, I believe, and we truly believe. I know it's us in a matriotic society. You are what your mother are. Um, I get highly upset when people disrespect women. Even if they in the right or wrong, you don't agree. I feel that you shouldn't have to address a woman like the way you address a man. That's one thing I do not tolerate. What I got in trouble when I first started, I got in trouble from my unscrambled mind sisters. Them called me and threw down on me, and then I got in trouble when I wasn't even around, but because my icon was on, they thought I was on the show, but I was sleeping. And when I woke up, I heard all the ruckus. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna make sure that don't happen because I wouldn't let that happen to my mama, my sisters, my aunties, my grandmama, my cousins, my female cousins, them, or my kids. So with that being said, shout out to Empress and all these.
Shout out to the mama chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of her voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on that you gain and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Big Mom's apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, my your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
Yeah, man. Shouts out to all the mama chiefs out there, grandmama chiefs and great grandmama chiefs, and so forth, because it goes on and on, man. Without you, they wouldn't be no us. And shout out to Mama Chief Powelton, man. Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe out to her channel, man. You know what I'm talking about? Shout out to Drake Cars for the lyrics on that, man. Fire. Fire. You know what I mean? Boom. I got my elder Alabama up in here. And hey, ask and you shall receive. You know what I'm saying? But before
But
we
you,
get into
but
it,
you should
Alabama.
only receive a few minutes because I'm about to be hit with these folk I told you about. You
Oh,
can
I
pull
thought
up.
you already done got rid of them. Okay.
No, I wanted to help you set it up if you can pull it up. I think
Okay.
there's three things you need to pull up if you're gonna pull up that law about the mulatto and Indian slaves, and you already got the Negro Act. You know that should always be in your chamber.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
what was interesting about this particular law was to address widows and orphans. That's what I thought was very intriguing. Not just about the law itself sanctioning chattel slavery. And this is in 1705. So the first day
Right. So this is
of the
so
first
this
month,
right here is pre leading to our act in 1740.
right. And it's according to the law, inside the law
Mm,
of the House of Burgesses of Virginia, it said in the fourth year of the reign of Queen Anne. Did you see that at the very beginning? Whereas,
Yeah. Oh,
just
why
deal
it
with the
only got
first
chapter
paragraph.
5 up? Oh, yeah. Hold on. I'm wondering why it only got chapter 5 up. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Oh, I know why. I sent that to myself. I didn't send the whole document. Hold on, real quick, Alabama. I'll leave that up real quick. I need to get that whole document real quick from Internet Archive, real quick. Give me 1 second.
So you can't click on the link that I text you.
Yeah, but I can't click on it from here.
Well, essentially, because I'm driving, so I can't pull it up. But just off the
I,
top
I
of
got
my
it.
dome,
Hold on. Give me a second. It only take me a second. I'm about to go right to it right now and just send it to my email. It take me a second.
but
And I
if you
know I'm
notice at
short.
the beginning, it's talking about, well, we already know it's dealing with Negroes, mulattoes, and Indian slaves. And then it specifically references widows and orphans, which I find interesting. And of course, this is a patriarchal document, and only a male can be standing in the stead of claiming the property based on land. You know, a lot. You know, when you're reading that legalese shit, and especially something from 1700s, it can be
Uh-huh.
confusing to the average person.
All right. I got it. I got it. I got him now. Oh, share
Yeah, I just
screen.
thought you
Booyah.
needed this for your archives and your library, right?
Oh yeah, definitely,
So
definitely. You know, when I sent it, I sent it to a couple of other people who's intelligent, who can read too, and you know what I mean, and understand what they're reading, just to make sure I was understanding it the right way. And then when I called you and you was like, "Yo, my brother, put that with your 1740 act and see what you get." I say, "I thought
I
so."
just
So that you
just
know.
deal with that first paragraph. Just deal with that first paragraph, which this is very clear because you can. I know it's hard sometimes when you're reading the actual document, but this is in plain
uh
English. So just read that first paragraph.
Okay, let me read the whole thing. The law of enslavement and freedom in the Anglo-Atlantic world. An act to explain and amend the act for declaring the Negro, mulatto, and Indian slaves within this dominion to be real estate and part of one other act in entooled, entitled, or whatever, entooled
It's
an act
it's
for.
entitled, but you know the way they
Yeah,
spell shit back
entitled,
then.
right, right. I thought so. Entitled, an act for the distribution of in, intestates, and
No, remember
estates.
when a person dies intestate. So what
Intestates.
intestate
Oh,
means is dying
uh-huh.
without a will.
Right,
Meaning
right,
if you
right.
didn't put a will in place
Okay,
to make certain of what your wishes are, that's what they
right.
call. They claim that's what the Queen of Soul did. They claim that James Brown died intestate. They claim that Prince died intestate, which I don't believe none of that shit. But do you know how many months they kept Sherman Hemsley's body in the casket in the living room? You don't remember that when he passed? When George Jefferson passed?
No.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is a kind of like a quandary of confusion. But intestate means you're letting the motherfucking criminals in, probate judges, lawyers, liars, over a estate that doesn't have everything lined out in a will or living will, because we have different versions
Uh-huh.
contemporary now. So
Yeah, right.
intestate just means you didn't leave a will. But
Okay.
notice it's referencing widows and orphans. Go ahead and finish the rest of that.
Okay. Distribution that intestates estates, declaring widow rights to their deceased husband estates, and for securing orphan estate.
So pause there, my brother. I want you to
So
keep
that's
that in
so that
mind
would be
when you're
little kids
talking
who
about.
supposed to inherit their
Yeah,
parents' thing, but their parents died and didn't leave no will, and the kid is
there
too
you
old to raise himself, so he become an orphan. Is so,
well, anyway, they call it an infant under the
uh-huh,
age of 21, which I find interesting. They use the term infant under the
uh-huh.
age of 21. But be that as it may, wait
Yeah,
till you walk through it and look at the dower, DOWER, or what we know of has been told as dowry. What's a dowry?
like a diary, like a law,
A dowry, D O
a
W
dowry.
R Y. Essentially, the father
Mhm.
selling his daughter off to marriage. Because in certain cultures, a
Crazy
woman
shit.
is attached with some sort of pot, goats, land,
And that's what they
slaves.
was used to, and that's what they was used to over there. That's why they married each other. That's why their marriages was already prearranged because they were tied bonds and they came with something. I follow you now.
So,
Okay,
so
okay.
when you go through this, you're going to have to
Uh-huh.
keep that in mind when you're reading this, because this is the problem is people when reading legalese, they get confused.
Mhm.
Remember, the issue is about women having no authority in a patriarchy.
Right, right.
That's
That's what I'm saying. Ain't
essentially what
woman
they
ain't supposed
said.
to have no rights neither?
And it's all attached to her husband. And even if she has been given property and she inherited from her father, like I said, back to the dower or the dowry,
Mhm.
they say it is in the hands of the man until they determine or the man has expired, unalived, or she can have her wealth unattached from his debt. Oh, it's some interesting shit in it when you get a chance to walk through it, my brother.
Right, right.
But I thought
I
this was
seen it
very
was long, and when I read the first paragraph, I said, "Hold on." And then I got down a little farther, and then I skipped on down until it got to like the kids are 18, underneath the age of 18. And I'm like, hold on. So it was kind of confusing me. My head wasn't all the way stay. I got off work, you know what I mean? So I
yep,
wasn't settled in yet. So by the time I
yep.
sent it to somebody and I got settled in, they had the same kind of thoughts like what I had. You know what I mean? Like, damn, this sounds like the 1740 law of South Carolina in some ways. And they was like, yeah. Then you said it. You said, brother, put this with your 1740 law and see what you come up with. I said,
But now
okay,
there's
all
a key
right.
thing we must keep in mind when we're talking Virginia and South Kakalaki. I'm always going to bow to you. I'm not from Virginia either, but I'm always going to bow to you as far as understanding the true historical context from South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
But Virginia is referred to as the House of Burgess. Do a little
Fact,
homework on that when you can. So
fact,
understand who
facts.
the fuck is
That's facts.
Burgess and
Facts.
why are they a part of the Commonwealth? And you know the 4 states that are in the Commonwealth, right?
Up top, right?
Virginia,
Yeah.
Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, and Kentucky. Now, what makes them different as a Commonwealth as opposed to a colony which became a state? I don't know. People can come to whatever speculation they want. But remember, the Commonwealth is directly tied to the British Empire.
Correct.
Okay. So we know those 4 states, Virginia, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, and Kentucky, are
Uh-huh.
still in the Commonwealth. Okay. Now, the
Mm.
House of Burgess, this is 1705, this particular law, an act, or whatever you want to call it. So this is under colonial rule in the House of Burgess. This is not the United States. This is 1705.
Right. Damn
So
sure
isn't
ain't
it,
the United States. Right.
so isn't it easy to believe that this is essentially British rule?
Yeah,
Now, they like to throw around common
this is
law.
before North Carolina and before Georgia became
Yeah.
states.
So they love to throw
Or
around quote
Kentucky.
unquote
Or
common
Kentucky.
law.
Or Kentucky.
Yeah.
Damn. So
Yeah.
Kentucky wouldn't even it wouldn't know. Yeah, I got you. It's just the 13 congressional, it's the 11 congressional states at this time. Congress or
Well,
whatever they used to call it. I forgot what they
colonies.
call it. Yeah,
Colonies.
colonies.
But
Yeah, whatever
again,
they call it. Yeah,
remember, essentially, these are we use the word colony, but I think it's more accurate for people to envision in their mind what a settlement is. Just like
that's
with
all
those
it
old
is.
stupid ass black and white westerns and those goddamn tin horn cow towns and shit. I mean, how big was that really? You know what? We never have a number. Why is that, brother? Why do we never have a number of the population of these fucking 13 colonies? Could we get some researchers out there to do that? Do a list, and no matter who takes it and can run with it, Between now and going into this next year, find the population of the 13 colonies. And keep in mind, again, remember, this is from 1700, let's say, basically the 18th century. So from 1700, when you see in this enactment, you notice that it says in the next paragraph, whereas this is the 4th year. Did you read that? The 4th year of the reign of Queen Anne. Did you see that? This is 100 years after the 1611 Bible, authored and, or I should say more like authorized, by King James the First of England, the 6th of Scotland, right? That would be 1611, right? So here we are in 1705, the House of Burgess, which is kind of like the House of Lords, you know how it is in England, the so-called Parliament, right? So the House of Burgess is like a knockoff of the House of Lords.
Right.
200 years later, Walter Ashby Plecker will announce that all the motherfucking members of the House of Burgess are a direct descendant of Pocahontas. You remember that bullshit?
Huh?
Under the Racial Integrity Act of 1924, that wasn't the only thing that this white decrepit criminal did to announce the categories of white and colored. He also ran the narrative of the nigger in the woodpile. We all come from this bitch, this high cheekbone bitch, Pocahontas, since you mentioned Mama Chief of the Powhatan clan. You don't know that, brother?
Oh, yeah.
So the House of Burgess, according to Walter Ashby Plecker, all of these pale degenerate Europeans claim to be the descendant of Pocahontas, while denying the heritage and the birthright of actual Aboriginal Americans. Now, you can pick whatever tribe you want, the Powhatan, the Lumbee, the Lenape, well, you know, whatever it is that ends up evolving.
Delaware, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So I'm white and I say so, and I say all these other white men in this House of Burgess are American Indians. One drop rule. Now, again, remember, this goes hand in glove with how a woman ain't shit and a woman has no rights. However, in America, matrilineal lineage passes land down. And these criminal motherfuckers know it. Why?
Fact.
I'm sure you've seen Flowers, Killers of the Flower Moon.
Yes.
Killers of the Flower Moon. So what?
Yes.
So what's the first thing they did? Married these bitches and poison them to death.
Yeah. Send the man off the water fight, kill them, get rid of them first, and then marry the woman and inherit the land. Kill them too, but inherit the land. That was crazy work. That was crazy
here
work.
You see it laid out in this, I'm arguing, in this act of the House of Burgess, January 1, 1705. This is what you're finna walk through, brother. Okay. And then 35 years later, you have South Carolina establish what is a Negro.
What is a Negro? No more huddling, no more huddling together, and all that. You know what I mean?
Define, construct, constrain, send a white man to watch over your prayers, meaning when you're allowed to congregate in the church, there was always a white male overseer, right?
Correct.
But you see what this is saying here in the very beginning at the top: Negroes, mulattoes, and Indian slaves. Now, these stinking ass trans-Africans, as you call them, want to take Negro and exclusively make it African, but no motherfucking African in the 21st century calls himself a Negro.
Yeah, we already
continental contemporary motherfuckers. Yeah, they will slap the taste out of your mouth if you call them a Negro.
Right. We already done dissected this around this year right here with them court cases. They don't know. They was calling the fucking Portuguese a mulatto and a Negro. You know what I mean? A Portuguese, Spanish mixed with a goddamn American Indian. They was calling them Portuguese, and they also was calling the Portuguese Negroes and mulattoes in these cases. Like, you know what I mean? It's crazy work. It's crazy work.
And in each
That was
time
in
that you see
Virginia. That's
reference
crazy.
slave or slaves in this act,
Uh-huh.
it is constantly referred to the land and the increase. Now, the increase is popping out babies. So,
Mm.
no matter what slave or slaves, plural, you have control over their increase, which means what? The womb of the Aboriginal woman and your born property. Where has that ever happened ever in any other thing called civilization?
Damn. And that 1740 Act, you are what your mama are. Fuck. That fucking pencil, that pen, that ink pen is a motherfucker, Alabama.
So when you walk through this, because like I
Damn,
said, I only got a few minutes.
they did some wicked shit with that ink pen, boy. I'm trying to tell you, boy. And then they try to justify themselves at the same time telling on they goddamn self. It's crazy work.
Yeah, well, if Sharice or your boy Cosman isn't, because I'm gonna circle back when I get freed up. But
Yeah.
I just
Yeah,
wanted
I
to at
sent
least
them
give
the link.
you the lay of this, and when you get a chance to walk through this, I'm trying to see if I can zoom on just a bit of it. Scroll down to oh, let me
Mm,
just say this first part here before you scroll in. Be it enacted by the Lieutenant Governor, Council, and Burgesses of the present General Assembly, and it is hereby enacted by the authority of the same. And notice how they give themselves authority. That the
right,
said
right.
act shall hereafter be construed, and the true intent and meaning thereof is hereby declared to be in the several cases herein after mentioned, as the same is herein after expressed and declared, and not otherwise. That is to say, whenever any person, stop, you scroll up too high, stop right there. Whenever any person shall by bargain and sale or gift, either with or without deed, or by his, notice it's always his, never her, last will and testament in writing, or by any, I think that's non-cupative. So maybe you want to look up that. That's one of them older type words. Non-cupative will, bargain, sell, give, dispose, or bequeath any slave or slaves. Such bargain, sale, gift, or bequest shall transfer the absolute property of such slave or slaves to such person or persons to whom the same shall be so said, given or bequeath in the same manner as if such slave or slaves were a chattel. And I'm gonna pause there, bro. You're gonna need
Okay,
eventually
so
some people here.
non-cupative meaning a verbal will with
So by
somebody
word,
witnessing it.
or
Yeah, with
there you
somebody
go.
witnessing it. Yeah, yeah,
But if
it's
no will has been
non-will.
done by word or written, it is considered intestate. And that's when the criminals in the court climb up your ass sideways.
Mm,
But remember, we're a chattel, human cattle.
mm,
Now, wherever you take this from here, understand this is the scene of the crime. The
right,
Virginia
right.
colony is the first one under the charter of the Virginia Company. This is now
Mhm.
1 century has passed since 1606. And rumor has it King James traveled here first before sending the chartered vessel to come. So when Jamestown was established in 1607, this is 100 years later. If you'll notice there, scroll back up there, you see when the whereas it says in the 4th year of the reign of Queen Anne. Do you see that at the beginning?
Mhm. I got you.
And the date is January 1, 1705.
Facts.
So when people said they're sick and tired and they're weary of us talking this history shit, how about you get your shit straight before you open your mouth? You know? Why don't you get your shit straight? And because we haven't studied history effectively, it does say very clearly, whatever the famous phrase is, those who do not know their history is doomed to repeat it. Now, history does not repeat, but it does rhyme. You want to hear some of the rhyming bells right now? Do you remember what they called the 1920s, my good brother?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't they call it the Gilded Age?
Yes, the Gilded Age. I have
The
a documentary on that about the Gilded Age.
Roaring 20s?
Yes.
And who was roaring?
The black, well, what they were called, the black
The
man.
Squatulates. The
Yeah.
Squatulates.
Mm-hmm.
And they were running roughshod through how many hundreds, if not thousands, of our communities. Domestic terrorist mobs turned.
Oh, you mean who was running wild? Who was running rampant? I thought you
who
were saying
was roaring in the roaring 20s.
see, when you saying roaring, but I thought you meant like, yo, who
They
was
also came up with a term for them. Who was the robber barons, my good brother?
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, the constructulators for sure. I thought you was
Who
asking who was
was
prospering
the
at that
robber
time.
baron? We can name drop a bit. The Vanderbilts,
The
John Pierpont Morgans, the John David Rockefellers. You know, who were these robber? They had another phrase for them too, called them titans of industry.
Facts.
Which industries were at the cusp of the industrial age? The railroad,
definitely the railroads,
the oil,
and coal, right?
the electrical system.
Yeah,
that would create public utilities. The damming of rivers for hydroelectric, so motherfucking Tesla could go crazy.
Hydro, yeah,
with his coil running off of Niagara Falls. The hotel business, which is what the Vanderbilts were built off, and Anderson Cooper is the last descendant of those criminals. Gloria Vanderbilt's son. What other industry would you say would be going in the roaring 20s? The this is supposedly the industrial age.
The industrial age, yeah.
So they're transitioning from tobacco, cotton, molasses, sugar, agriculture to what? Mass production?
Factories.
Assembly lines?
Yes, factories, correct.
12-hour days that would then fight for child labor laws.
Matter of fact, what you got come out then? Didn't you had the Model T came out in the roaring 20s?
So that's Henry Ford
and your boy Carver.
Which would
Carver
create
showed them how to do mass production with assembly line. Yeah.
As you said, assembly line.
Assembly lines. Yep.
So these men, these powerful, pale, degenerate men were doing monopolies, didn't they? What was a certain person they called the monopoly buster? The man who ran up San Juan Hill, the Spanish-American War, the Cubans and the Rough Riders, Teddy Roosevelt. That's the first decade of the 20th century, around 1908. Then after him would be Woodrow Wilson. 1913, the criminal enterprise called the Federal Reserve. You know, people say, I fuck history. Motherfucker, everything you're using today is based on this history I just described.
Look what Daughters of Seed Dot said. To mass production of factories, etc. Mass migration of Negroes who owned over 20 million acres of land in the 20s.
The lawsuit of the quote-unquote black farmers said in 1910, just shy of 1 million farmers controlled between 20 and 25 million acres of land. Today, less than 50,000 and 5 million acres. How the fuck do we lose 96% of our land? Did we lose or did we get stolen?
That ink pen got stolen. It didn't get stolen like that. Where they don't. We we got we got tricked. We got coerced. Right now, today, they will call what they did coercion.
Peace, peace.
They started bringing
But,
in taxes, like somebody said. They started bringing
but
in taxes and all kind
yeah,
of shit,
but
man.
who convinced us it's calling on Jesus?
Yes.
And it says, "Slave, obey thy what?"
Mm.
We have to stop fucking around with this. OTK.
Hmm.
This is some serious shit. This shit is serious as a heart attack. We are on autopilot and self-destruction mode. White folks literally don't have to lay a hand on. They send house niggas out to check the temperature of the crowd. We still got them niggas. Do they still follow orders? Are they still looking for a savior? Huh? That's called election season, brother. In case you don't know what I'm talking about. 95% of these niggas still in the Democrat Party? The creator of the Klan, the military wing of the Democrat. But I don't want to hear about that history shit, right? I'm gonna circle back, bro, when I get through with the squatters, man.
All right. Shit, I'll probably wait for you to come back so we can go back into that, man. I don't care what's going on. I won't go back into that, man. I'd rather read over that with you than you, Cosmon, like that, Sister Cherise, Smoke. Well, Joe the Boss here too, though, but I would definitely want you to be present when we read that right there, man, because that a lot of that you definitely know, and then like you say, we look it up. If we don't understand, we look it up real quick and see what kind of word is they using in that language.
For sure. This dude like an encyclopedia.
Oh
Hey,
yeah. That's why I go to my elder, bro. When I find stuff like this that I can't understand fully by myself, that I have to send it to other people. Shit, I got to call on. I got to call on the elders. Hey, elder man, you got to come explain this to me. I think I know what I'm reading. I think I understand what I'm reading, but I just want to be sure. You understand what I'm saying? So fact check me
hey,
what I'm reading. In other
you
words,
was scrolling down and I was reading that shit. Did it say
yeah.
you can't get rid of your slaves without getting rid of your land?
What part?
It
Which
was,
one?
I think it was 5.
Right here, 4 and 5. I think we left off at 3, right? So we
Yeah,
was
and then
at
you
this
was
one.
scrolling down, but we wasn't reading it.
Okay, right there. You can see it. You can see it, right? Okay. Oh shit! I turned it black, gray like that. You talk about right there, number 4 and number 5. Go ahead, Joe. You can read over if you want to. While Alabama's still in here, I don't know if he in here. He might can jump in and then answer it if you got, what I mean, a question. But you can go ahead and read it, cuz. Yo, Joe the boss, you still here or no? Hold on, what's wrong? I can't hear something. Hold on, man. What the hell? Yeah, I couldn't hear you, Joe. Oh, okay. I thought that was me. Come back up. Let me blow this up some. Blow it up a little bigger so everybody can see it, man. So everybody can go ahead and read through it. I keep scrolling down every now and then so everybody can read through it. Let me see. Let me see where this is. So everybody, y'all can see where go get this at. This y'all can go get this at. Just type this in. You can go find it. So you can have this in y'all archives also. You know what I mean? All right, Joe the boss. Mic check.
Mic check.
Okay, I got you. Okay. Yeah.
All right, yeah, my fault. I got a call. I fucked my whole signal up.
Oh yeah, it'll do that. Okay. Right here. You can go ahead and read. You want to start reading from number 4 and then number 5 and then we can talk about it. Let's go.
All right, so, and that any infant above the age of 18 years or his or her last will and testament in writing may dispose and bequeath.
Read number. Hey, my bad, Joe the boss. Read number 4 first, because I think Alabama left off at number 3.
All right,
So read number 4 first, right there. You know what I mean? And then go ahead on down.
all right.
Appreciate it.
And that where any slave or slaves has been or have been or shall be conveyed, given or bequeathed, or have or shall descend to any femme covert, the absolute right, property, and interest of such slave or slaves is hereby vested, and shall accrue to and be vested in the husband of such femme covert. And that where any femme soul is or shall be possessed of any slave or slaves, as of here own as of here own proper slave or slaves, the same shall accrue to and be absolutely vested in the husband of such femme when she shall marry. So basically that's in reverse where the husband gets the stuff too. Whoever marries these chicks that got slaves. And that any infant above the age of 18 years by his or her last will and testament in writing may dispose and bequeath the absolute right, property, and interests of any slave or slaves whereof he or she shall be possessed, and that no slave or slaves whatsoever shall be forfeited, except in such cases where the lands and tenements of the person incurring the forfeiture is, should, or might be forfeited. And then I can't see the bottom half of that next one. Oh shit.
You left off at forfeited,
Yeah.
forfeiture. This should or might be forfeited.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So
All right. What you got get out of that when you had read those 3 right there? Let me look up what the hell is a female covert is real quick. Go ahead.
I
Bro.
think it just mean like a female's estate, like where she got her shit going on, where it's just a female running slaves and. But yeah, look that shit up. Cause then it say female soul.
Okay, so it's a legal term. It's a legal term that refers to the status of a married woman under English common law. The term literally translates to covered woman. Here are some characteristics. Hold on, let me go ahead and pull this shit up real quick on my let me go ahead and look it up real quick so I can show everybody real quick what it
So
says.
covert is married. So it's single. A soul single.
It's like saying like, nah, she's a covered, you know what I mean? She's a covered woman. You know what I mean? And that's crazy that they got the law of equity up this shit with husband and wives, the law of treaties and shit concerning the white. Hold on, let me share this screen real quick. Matter of fact, boom, share this screen instead. Okay. So boom, I just went over to the right, and I clicked on this. So they got a whole goddamn Baron and Femi. So yeah, I guess that mean man and woman or whatever like that. Or well, them barons was like owners of land, and the Femi was their wives. So they said
Oh, a female baron or a baron's wife.
it said from Baron and Femi,
So
Garrett and Banks Esquire, treaties. Oh, hold on. Okay, make sure y'all can see that now. All right, I tapped in and went in deeper into it. I'm So this goes up underneath the women legal rights in Virginia's first law library, Baron and Thing, and honor of Woman History Month. Boo 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 boo. The library. Okay, it said of the 369 law titles, 1823 Carolina, you remember only one was explicitly dedicated to the legal statuses of wives, barons, and femme. So baron, shit, I don't know. I guess that's a man too. I don't know. I guess that's somebody who has a wife or something like that. I don't know. I'm gonna look up baron again, but I know I heard that name used in some research or some movies or some shit. I know it just was a owner of a land, like you know what I mean, like a territory or whatever, like a king. In other words,
was that the only way? Nah, yeah, because we got to look up the soul next. See what the hell that is.
see what is
The other term they use, femme soul. They say femme
femso. Okay,
covert
okay,
and femme soul.
okay. It's a treaties of law and equity concerning husbands and wives. So yes, it's like United Kingdom. Boom. In fact, it was the first known English legal treatise or treaty to focus solely on the laws concerning husbands and wives, penned by an anonymous author. Ben first was published in London 1700 by John Walthall. It was published again 1719 by Walthall and all that right there. Okay, Baron and Wives' importance as a legal work stemmed from its discussion of the precedents that define married women's legal rights in the 18th century, which is 1700s. In England, married women legal rights were defined in common law and equity courts, like resulting in confusion, likely resulting in confusion about the woman's right actually were. Books such as Baron and Female consolidated such precedents or presidents, what we would call presidents. I think that's presidents, and make them available for both men and women as a practical litigation guide. Since, like England, Virginia had both common law and chancery courts. Baron and Femin's discussion of presidents would have informed the way Virginia students, University of Virginia students, and local lawyers understood marriage settlements and argued women's property rights in court. So they took up the doctrine of cover church. Damn, so they had a doctrine. You see that shit? That shit turned into a fucking doctrine. God damn. That's crazy. But let's see what this actually it means a married woman, a female convert. It means a married woman pretty much. Oh shit, why did my screen stop showing just now? Damn, my fault, y'all. My fault. Yeah, so it means a married woman pretty much right there. It's historical and then it's law. So it means a married woman, pretty much, to be covered. And the legal concept is that she's protected. She's protected under to inherit whatever she's supposed to inherit. I guess that's what I'm getting from it. What was the other one?
I wonder why they didn't just say married woman.
Because that's what they wouldn't talking like that. They was using England's law. This was already a law and shit that was established in England. So all they doing is goddamn doing the same thing as them. In other words, because their structure was pretty much they were structured the same. That's what they said. So a female soul is a woman. Hold up. Okay. All right. So that would be a female soul, a woman without a husband, especially one who is divorced. So a widow. So we got a married woman, and then we got a widow.
And then what about
The barren.
the next one that say about except in such cases where the lands and tenements of the person incurring the forfeiture is should or might be forfeited. What the fuck that mean?
Okay. So this is a baron. Check it out. A baron, a member of the lowest order of British nobility. The term baron is not used as a form of address in Britain. Barons usually being referred to as lord. So that's why I say, you know what I mean. A baron is like a lord or whatever like that, like a somebody who own a land or whatever. An important or powerful person in specified business or industry. Okay. All right. What was the other one? All right.
Uh,
So we know we got one meaning a married woman. Female convert means a married woman. Female sole means a divorce, a widow. And we know baron means a lord of nobility. So that's why when we read that, it was saying baron because they was talking about over there in England. But
so
now
ba-
they use these same terms over here, but they're using it in Virginia, the
so
House of
basically,
Burgesses.
whenever they marry, if they pass, they do get their property and they slaves.
That's what it looked like to me.
It's saying like yeah, and then yeah, what is it saying? Like, dude, she can't give up slaves without the or without the land. The land got to be into play too.
Everything come together. It's a package deal.
Yeah, you gotta keep that shit or give me the
That's
land.
why, because once let me see, where was it at? Was it okay, so when I see stuff like when I started reading this right here, I saw something and it says like, this shit is pretty much saying that slaves are real estate.
Yeah, up
You
higher
know
up.
what I mean? Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like they real estate. That's what I'm getting from it. Like they fucking real estate. You know understand what I'm
yeah,
saying? And they
that,
tied to the land or they tied to the person. You know what I'm saying? Either they tied to the person or they tied to the land. Or it could be both in some cases. Damn, even the little orphan boy, they shit getting written out of. Man, imagine how many kids was orphaned because their parents died and they was owners of lands.
and these motherfuckers secure in the orphan estates.
God damn, this is wicked work, yo. Wicked work. These motherfuckers been learning enough within 100 years, which that's a long fucking time. So they was well off, had shit growing, all that by this time. You know what I mean over here. So they was well off. They was living good. You know what I'm saying? So this shit is crazy as shit. But this when I look at this though, I swear, man, this is damn near like the progenitor of the 1740 Negro Act in South Carolina, bro. Damn, these motherfuckers go hand in hand, man.
Hey, this one's crazy because they keep trying to stick your slaves on you. Like,
Mm-hmm.
This shit talking about
Which one you was at? You was at
that big
7. My
executor
bad.
administrator.
Right here.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Nah, this one confusing as fuck. But from what I got from it, it's saying like you're not allowed to sell your slaves unless you owe us money and we say you can sell them. But you tell me what you got out of it.
And that no executor or administrator hath or shall have any power to sell or dispose of any slave or slaves of his testator, testator, or whatever that, or his testator, or intestate, except for the paying and satisfying the just debts of such testators or estate, and then only where there is no sufficient or personal estate of such testator or estate to satisfy and pay such debts. And in that case, it shall and may be lawful for the executor or the administrator to sell and dispose of such slaves or slaves, such slave or slaves as shall be sufficient to raise so much money as the personal estate falls short of the payment of debt. Yeah, so they saying if you don't pay your fucking taxes, you can't sell shit. Where they accumulating debt from? Why? Who are they accumulating? What is first? We got to wonder why they're collecting, why they're incorporating debt. The
Barons,
landowners or whatever. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
the barons coming to get it.
That's what it sounds like. Foreclosure.
You can't pay me no money. All right, cool. Sell a couple of them slaves.
Then you can pay the money.
But
Yeah,
you sell
but
them
we
before.
gon' but you got to bring them to us first, and we got to approve of it first
Yeah, that's crazy.
because we might say fuck it, we want them and settle the debt. Damn. Hey Dots, what's going on? What you got us? How you doing, sis?
Hey y'all. I'm loving this. I'm loving this conversation. I really
Yeah.
do.
Okay.
I'm loving the conversation. Yeah, for sure. I just a testator, the legal definition is just basically a person that like has made a will. So, you know,
Okay.
that's all that
So
means.
somebody done wrote something that can attest to what they're saying. In other
Yeah,
words,
that's all
okay,
that means.
all right,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. Thank you, sis. Well, go ahead. What you think about this
That ties into what you guys were saying before when you were reading the first. What number was that paragraph? If you want to go back real quick.
When we went, you talk about the number 4 or 5?
Yeah, I think the first one that you guys
right
were.
there,
Yeah.
about the slave. Yeah,
Can I
with the
break that
feminine
down?
word.
Can I break
Go
that
ahead.
down a little?
Hell yeah, yes you can. Certainly.
Okay. So it says, and that where any slave or slaves have been or shall be conveyed. We know what convey means. Convey means it could be something as simple as bringing someone to a place, right? So even if a slave was brought to a place, they are conveyed, right? They are owned, given, or bequeathed, right? So if you bequeath something, it simply means that you're leaving like your personal estate or your body to somebody else. It's like a beneficiary. I guess is the simplest term to put that in. Okay. So, and that where any slave or slaves have been or shall be conveyed, given, or bequeathed, or have or shall descend to any femme convert, covert, which is a married woman, the absolute right, property, and interest of such slave or slaves is hereby vested, which means you have the power to, and shall accrue, right? We know what accrue means. Accrue means interest, right? To add on, right? So shall accrue to and be vested in, have the power to, the husband of such femme convert. So in essence, any slave that is on her property if she's married, it then becomes the property, or the husband becomes the vestor, if you will. He becomes the person in charge of that estate. And that where any femme soul, so soul means single. So, and that where any single woman is or shall be possessed of any slave. So to possess something means that you own it, that you are in possession of it, right? So that where any single female is or shall be possessed of any slave or slaves, as of here, own proper slave or slaves, the same shall accrue to and be absolutely vested in the husband of such femme when she shall marry. So I just wanted to just go over that paragraph because I think that's significant, especially when we're talking about like the classifications of people and how it appeared on the U.S. Census.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Because everything is interconnected. Nothing is just by itself. So here
Right.
they're laying out like that legal talk, that legal framework of how a person would inherit, right, property, how a person would inherit their slaves who's considered possession and property, right? And if she's a single woman, once she becomes married, it becomes vested to the husband. And then that correlates also to when we look on the United States Census and we see how race and classification has changed over decades. But in the very beginning, where they started identifying what is a single woman, what is a single white woman, what is a person that's free of household or head of household, what is a Negro, what is deemed an Indian, what is deemed a mulatto, you start seeing all of those breakdowns. So they're all interconnected, right? All interconnected.
Yeah, this one crazy.
Damn, that was fire. Thank you, sis. Hey, I like that. The way you broke that down. Like, I like that. But that's what we were doing though. We were just reading through it and then we don't know what the word mean. We were just looking it up. Hey, we all learn together, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we investigating this shit.
Yeah, right. Until
Absolutely.
Alabama would you explained it just like how Alabama would be up here explaining it. You feel me?
We done had so many laws come on the channel, so I'm into the words, and you got to break down the words.
Yeah. That's what I
But
do get it credit about.
I love conversations like this, especially when we're talking about land. That's my thing, right? That is where I get really excited. Just because you do see, and now even bringing it like full circle, because they always say history repeats itself. So in the
Uh-huh.
1920s, you had this mass migration of quote unquote Negroes from the South coming to the North, right? Because of this industrial revolution, right? In the
Mhm.
20s. Oh, there's factories, there's work, there's this, there's that, X, Y, and Z. That's
But
how
that led to the Great Depression.
correct. And that's how, and I think I heard when I came into the conversation, I think Alabama was just finishing, but I heard him mention some of the families that definitely was involved, right? And that sort of caused what happened during the Great Depression. But anyway, that's how my grandparents on my dad's side came to Harlem from the South, right? And, now you see people saying, wait, hold up, we got this wrong. We now want to sort of migrate back. We want to go back to, right, where our grandmothers and our great aunts still live on the land or may have land, or they're trying to now put in court cases to reclaim land. You know what I mean? And that gets into heirs property and all that other type of conversation. So I'm just loving this. I don't mean to interrupt y'all flow, but this is definitely interesting.
Nah, you good. What did you think about this paragraph? This
Yeah, this next one. Can you break
Okay,
this
I got
next?
like 5 minutes, OTK. I just want to show love. I got 5 minutes, but I'm here with y'all for the next 5 minutes.
Okay, can you break down this next one right here? Number
Uh,
7.
okay, read it to me.
Oh, you can't hear it? You can't see it?
Hold on. 1 second, because I walked away. Sorry. I apologize. Go ahead. Sorry. Read it to me. I'm OTK because I stepped away from the thing, but I hear you on my speaker. OTK, I walked away, but I hear you on my speaker. All right, hold on. I'm gonna have to come back.
I'll read it. Hold on. it say, and that no executor or administrator have or shall have any power to sell or dispose of any slave or slaves of his testator, or intestate, except for the paying and satisfying the just debts of such testator or intestate, and then only where there is not sufficient of the personal estate of such testator or intestate to satisfy and pay such debts. And in that case it shall and may be lawful for the executor and administrator to sell and dispose of such slave or slaves as shall be sufficient to raise so much money as the personal estate falls short of the payments of the debts. I'll butcher that, but
Okay, sorry. Okay, I ran back, y'all. I ran back. I heard a little bit of that. Let me see. You're reading what number? Number 7?
I think it's 7.
Okay, and that no executor or administrator hath or shall have any power to sell or dispose of any slave or slaves of his testator or intestate. So a testator is somebody who has a will, and an intestate is somebody who passed away without leaving a will. Okay, just legal terms. Okay, shall have the power to sell or dispose, give away any slaves to. Okay, so basically that person is saying that no executor of the estate or administrator has any power to sell or give away any of the slaves of the person who passed away. They're talking about the person, the testator, whether they left the will or whether they didn't leave a will, except for
So
paying.
these will be the people that's inheriting this.
Yes. Except for the paying.
Okay, all right, bet.
Let me not say yes yet because I walked away and I just came back, so I'm reading it as I'm going. Except for the paying and satisfying the just debts of such testator or intestate. So they're saying the only way that a person or the inheritor of the estate will have the power to pay and satisfy the debts of such estate, will, whatever. Hold on. And then only where, except for the right. So only to you can only sell the slaves if you are paying or satisfying a debt of that estate. That's the only time that person would have the power to sell or dispose of, give away slave or slaves of that property. And then only where there is not sufficient of the personal estate of such testator or intestate to satisfy and pay such debts. So they're also adding another caveat. So they're saying except to pay and satisfy debts, and then only where there is not sufficient of the personal estate of such testator and intestate to satisfy and pay the debts. So they're saying basically the slaves are the last things to go, right? So if you have not paid any debt on that property, basically the executor or the administrator of that place you live in, wherever that land is, the slaves are the last things to go. They want your land, they want your house, whatever is of value that can satisfy the debt, that comes first.
Right.
The slaves would be the last
And then, so they can take your lands and leave you stuck with your slaves.
Pretty much. The slaves can stay, they're the last to go. Right?
You said it.
So
you said it, George.
They're the last to go. They're the last to go. So they're saying that the only way we will take the selling or giving away of these human beings you have on your property is if there's no other value, that we deem worthy enough to take to satisfy these debts. So they're making exceptions to the rule, but the exceptions to the rule are crazy. And then it says, and in that case, it may be lawful for the executor or administrator to sell and dispose of such slaves, basically, as shall be sufficient to raise so much money as the personal estate falls short of the payment of debts. So in essence, the slaves are the last thing to sell or get rid of, right? In terms of property. They want your land first. They want your house first. They want anything of value that may be in there, whether they're gold, diamonds, whatever, right? To satisfy the debt first, and then the slaves would be like the last thing to satisfy the debt.
So they're gonna push you into a corner where all you got is slaves and you hate them motherfuckers. And then you start beating their ass.
remember what it said on now here's the crazy piece, right? Because remember what number 4 when we read, it gave a definition, and it basically said that how a slave becomes property is even if they are conveyed to the land, right? Convey means to bring someone there. That don't mean that that person necessarily was raised there. It don't have to mean that person was born there. They could have been conveyed to that land, and then they becomes part of that property.
Wasn't
That's
there like a term for that with the ships?
that's important.
Damn.
Damn.
OTK, I love you to pieces. I love y'all family in the
man.
chat. I have to drop
Y'all
down.
going live tonight?
No. We're not coming back to January. We're taking a break for December.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
Well,
we'll
if
be
you
back
come
January.
back, I'll be here. You come back.
Yeah, no doubt. Love you guys.
Thank you,
guys.
sis. Love you too.
Love.
Peace.
Damn. This shit is crazy.
This shit is wild. So
Make you take a breath. My dog said so.
yeah, cause like, damn. So they think about how they was just making niggas pay high ass taxes so you can't afford them and take your property. No, it's
Right.
shit slick.
Like they doing that same shit now.
Right.
They doing that same shit now. So now I see why Alabama asked me, did they take the land? No, we was forced off. We was kind of tricked off and forced off. Same way how they being forced off. We see it now. They did the same shit to us, but in the earlier times.
What was the jurisdiction of this?
Virginia.
1700s. So this right before the acts, the Slave Act and the motherfucker.
My bad, Joe. I had to step away for a second. My fault.
So good, I was reading this shit.
Oh, okay. You been reading it out loud?
Nah, I was.
Oh.
My fault. Let's see.
It is crazy. And then check it, right, bro? Say you got the slaves, right? And say they look at your slaves and they be like, oh, they still don't cover the debt.
That's crazy.
They take everything. Everything. Just leave that abandoned. You roll out.
And then make you a slave.
And then turn you, because you, shit, either you're going to become a slave or you're going to become what? Somebody else's wife?
You'll be paying that debt somehow. You're going to be a bounty hunter.
The way I'm looking at this shit is forcing women to keep marrying somebody, just, you know what I mean, and hoping they die before her so she can keep her shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that shit crazy.
But and every time she married though, that motherfucker changed hands. So what if that shit changed hands? And say he do die, does that shit transfer back over to the woman or does it go to his kids?
I think earlier it said it go to the woman if he married.
Yeah, all right. So say like the woman got the land. I already got kids. I come in and I marry her. So now everything that she got turned over to me. Now when I die, do that go back over to her or does it go to my kids? Since I'm the testator at this time. And if I write a will. So if I write a will,
I think if you write a will, go to the kids.
If I write a will, it will go to my kids and she's out of the picture.
But it'll need an administrator until the kid's 18.
Right. And she would probably be the administrator. But all that shit would still be in their name.
But it was saying the administrator can't sell shit unless they paying debts.
Right. She ain't got to sell them. All she got to do is off the fucking kids.
And then, yeah, you're right.
They turn 18.
Kids die, husband die.
Husband die, kids die. Shit, that shit back in my property.
You got to get away from the white boys, though, because you know they're going to hunt her down.
Yeah.
They know you got some property. Damn. And you just a girl. You know when the girls be walking, they're like, damn, you don't got no husband? They start following you home. It get ugly.
And enemy public, man, come up and build with us on this right here, man. This right up your alley right here, cuz. Yeah. That shit crazy as hell. Oh, read number 6. Read number 6 gives us the answer. Okay, she said read number 6 gives us the answer. She said number 6. And that no slave whatsoever shall be forfeited except in such cases where the land and tenement of the person incurring the forfeiture is, should, or might be forfeited.
Like, you can't talk about slaves if you're not talking about land and tenements. Oh, she said number 9.
Oh, she said number 9. Right there. Okay. Provided always. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna read number 8 first, and then we get into number 9 because I think we stop at number 7 with her payment of debts. Okay. We right here, y'all. And that when a mother shall die intestate, leaving one or more slaves or slaves, other than the slave or slaves which she holds as her dower, which Alabama told us what a dower is, like, you know, when you marrying into some shit or something like that. The heir at law shall be accountable to the younger children for their proportion of the value of such slave or slaves, in the same manner as he should or might be accountable in the case of a father's dying and leaving such slaves. Provided always that nothing. Dots came back. She got a quick second. Go ahead, Dots.
Sorry, I was chiefing up. I meant read number 8. Read number 8, not 9. You was reading number it now. 8. It gives you the answer to your question. That's all I want to say.
And that when a mother shall die intestate, leaving one or more slave or slaves, other than the slave or slaves which she holds as her dower, which means she hold it like in her will or something like that, or was she inherited? Was she inherited? Correct.
A dower.
Yeah, that's like when you married off, right? That's
like a dowry.
Oh no, when she got
like a dowry.
When she got sold off to somebody, she came with slaves.
No. A dower is how do I explain it? A
It's
dowry
like
is
arranged marriage, like a
no, no, no,
arranged
no,
marriage.
no,
You marry in somebody for something.
no, no, no. A dower,
Uh-huh.
a dower also is it's like a dowry. So it's when a woman's husband passes away and
Uh-huh.
she's a widow, she becomes a widow, right? She gets a share for her life of whatever her husband's estate is. But if her husband's estate came through her, it, in essence, it goes back to her. So a
Okay.
dower is a widow's share. It's what she inherits after her husband dies.
Okay. I found it real quick. Property or money brought bought by
Right.
a bride to her husband on their marriage. So it's an
Correct.
inheritance,
Yeah.
correct?
Right.
By
But if
marriage. By
but
marriage.
So
remember,
it's
Okay.
so it's like when you come with the pigs, when
right,
when your dad, like, she come with all these pigs in this land.
right.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
land stays
She
And
connected
then
to
her
her, and the
husband
slaves
passes
stay
away.
connected to her.
Correct. And then when her husband passes away, in essence, she gets a share for life. So basically, she basically inherits whatever, you know.
Oh,
Um,
so she would inherit whatever left because there's no kids or whatever like that, then she would inherit it?
no, they're saying, and that when a mother shall die, intestate. Remember, intestate means without a will. Okay.
Right. Correct.
So
Correct.
leaving one or more slave or slaves, other than the slave or slaves which she held as her dower, meaning what she inherited, which she had as a
What-
result of her husband passing away.
Right.
Okay.
So
Um,
this is almost like a prenuptial,
a what? A what?
like a prenuptial agreement. Like you leave out with what you came in with, but what we accumulate together, then that's something different. Is this what I'm seeing right now? In other words, like on a whole nother level, but dealing
Okay,
with
so let's
slaves.
read it together. Let's try and read it together. So that
That's what it sounds like.
and then when a mother shall out intestate without a will, leaving one or more slaves other than the slave or slaves which she holds as her dower. So basically, any slaves that was added to the property after she became a widow. Okay, after she became
Uh,
a widow. So, okay, the heir at law shall be accountable to the younger children. So the heir at law is the person, the executor, whoever is in charge of the property. Okay, because now the dad has died. Now they're saying now when a mom passes away and there's property left over, who in essence does it goes to? So the heir at law shall be accountable to the younger children for their proportions of the value of such slave or slaves in the same manner as he should or might be accountable in the case of a father's dying and leaving such slaves. So basically, the children then inherit the slaves. That's what it's saying.
So if a mom dies, her kids get the slaves.
The children, right, and then they have to proportion it the value of the slave or slaves. So even if it's just one slave and there's three children, whatever the value of that human being was at that time, I guess they each get a portion. How do you split up a human being? I don't know.
They
But
get one day
yeah.
out the week.
Yeah.
right, right, right.
In other words, this is like heirs property, and then it gets divvied up.
And it gets divvied up. There you go. There you go.
That's all. This is the beginning of fucking heirs property.
There you go.
Prenuptial heirs property. God damn.
There you go. Yep.
I think it's Queen Anne's, right?
It's Queen Anne's. This during Queen Anne. In the third reign, I think it say the fourth year of her reign.
House of Burgess.
Yeah, the fourth year of her reign. So they're taking the same law. All this is England now. So
That's
they're
right.
bringing this to Virginia
That's right.
and using the same thing for Virginia.
That's right. Not just Virginia, all up the eastern seaboard.
Yeah, right.
Even in,
Well,
even in,
this
even
right
in,
here, yeah, this right here, 35 years later, this had done progress to where it turned into a company and being hand to hand, going with the Negro Act of 1740 in South Carolina. This is crazy. Well, I'm gonna say Carolina, not South Carolina at the time. Well, Carolina. This is crazy.
Who was behind the Negro Act?
It's
The
very much
same damn people.
Queen Anne.
I don't know if it was specifically Queen Anne, 1740. Nah, it was it was people who was influencing from up north. I tell you that much, to invest in and go along. So Virginia is one of the first places where we see the American Indian slave trade, interstate slave trade, where they start shipping from Virginia to New York, Virginia to all over the fucking place. You know what I mean? All up and down the fucking eastern board. We see it in Virginia first, around the Pequot Wars.
And you also had a lot of that. You also had a lot of that insurrection happening in the West Indies as well. You
And
had
the
a lot.
West.
You had a lot of
Right.
Negroes that was running that was as they were escaping, they were going to the islands and vice versa. A lot of
Mm-hmm.
people don't know that history.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a lot of piracy, and that's a lot. That was a big motivation for the slave trade because that was their
Piracy
culture.
started 1715.
You said the pirates, the term pirates,
No,
not the act of.
Caribbean. No, not the term. Caribbean pirates got kicked off in 1715 from the privateers in the Caribbeans. Once that ship had wrecked, they call it the Lost Treasures of Queen something. Shit, it might be Queen Anne. The Lost Treasures of Queen Anne. I think it's Queen Anne, if I'm not mistaken, or some queen. But that ship wrecked on the coast of Florida, going up into St. Augustine, what we call today St. Augustine, Georgia. And that led, the privateers didn't have no more work. So that led into piracy in the Caribbean. You already have piracy up north now in
Yeah,
Boston
I
and
was gonna
all
say,
that.
but then the
You
Dutch and the
already had
Spanish,
them. You had the Barbary pirates over there on the other side. You
the
feel me?
Dutch and the Dutch and the Spanish been fighting over there since the Spanish got there. The Dutch followed them and been hunting their ass down, sinking all their
Where
ships.
at? Where at? What you talking about?
This is around Mexico when they had took Mexico for a little while. They
Oh
was
yeah,
doing that.
they've been fighting each other,
They
man.
was
That's
doing
why
that Pacific trade. They was getting
the
sunk
Spanish and the
left and right.
Portuguese didn't get along, brother.
That's kind of what kicked off the East Indian Company and the West Indian Company when they started getting some domination over the Spanish for the trades. They took all their routes. If you look at the East Indies, that's the Turkish route, going towards like the Indian Ocean, going from India to like what is that called, Eastern Asia, and then you got the West India. That's where the Spanish were too. They was just hunting them niggas down.
But see, that's the key, man. See, you got Spanish on one side, and then you got the Portuguese on another side. The Portuguese was the only ones really to go inland first in Africa and in motherfucking South America. They was dodging each other. That's why they was bumping into new shit. They was dodging each other. It was whoever was paying the pirates at this time, 1700s. The pirates was ruling shit. They was rogue agents, you know what I mean, till they got a bounty on their heads. You know, you can do research, Black Bed, Black Caesar, all them boys like that. It's a bunch more. I did a couple of shows on the Pirates of the Caribbean because that right there will damage the slave trade narrative, because they'll tell you that they was raiding these ships and freeing people and getting them to join them.
Originally, they fighting on the same team. What split them up? Portuguese and the Spanish.
What split who up?
Portuguese and the Spanish. They were like assisting each
When
other.
that shit split from when that shit split into Portugal and Spain.
Nah, but I'm saying when they first went on their explorations, when so-called Columbus
No,
and
they
all.
was together, man. Motherfucker was hiding their identity.
Oh, it was like some covert shit.
Yeah. No, I don't think not damn motherfucker on that bitch is from where they say they from. The Portuguese had their eye on Spain. You got to remember now. Oh, what is this? Isabella and Ferdinand marrying, so they made a union when they married. So now you got one hand watching the other. Even though they made a union, they still didn't trust each other. That shit crazy, man. When you study them wars over there, man, they had a lot going on, man.
A whole lot. The French
I
is
want
in
to know
there.
how they. I want to know how they were so powerful to fight all these damn wars and still be in a plague, be in a goddamn plague, and be in all kind of shit like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, the pirates you talking about, King Jacob World TV, those are the Barbary pirates. The Pirates of the Caribbeans, they was not Moors. They was not Moors. And we know that because
So,
they written in
so
history, so we
what
know.
year was the Jewish pirates? Because I thought that was like 16s.
The Jewish pirates are the fucking Moors.
The Moors. Yeah, I'm talking about in Jamaica. You saying it was Moors?
The Jewish, nah, them would be your Sephardics. They all fucking Moors, if you ask me. I
That's
mean,
what I'd be saying.
they dark. If you want to consider them dark, then yeah, they would be Moors or whatever like that, because they might
Yeah,
have
the
had some.
dark skinned Jews.
Yeah, yeah.
Because around
That's
where
when
my
you see Moor being used as a description. Okay,
yeah.
that's the tricky part, dog. We got to know when we reading these stuff. It's like what they writing at that time. Are they writing as Moors as being a complexion, as a descriptive term, or are they writing Moors as in being like in religious?
What I don't know is that those Jewish pirates that was around Jamaica right after Columbus passed, do do they got any relation to the Dutch East Indian and West Indian Company that was chasing down Spain for the 200 years till they cooked them?
Them boys was fighting.
That shit was
They
going
all,
crazy.
they all family. When you go into their kings list, dog, they was married. They all were cousins.
That makes sense.
They all was cousins, cuz like on some real shit. Stewards, tutors, goddamn what a rich family name is that had the banking system out there in Florentine in Italy. Fuck, what was their names? God damn. Famous people too, man. Oh, they was famous. They famous as shit, man. They was great at money. They was great at holding money and shit, man.
You said a
They
banking
supposed,
company?
yeah, they had like the banks and shit like that. They was rich as shit, man. I can't think of their name, man. They was like in Italy area out that way, man.
Medici?
Yeah, the Medicis. There you go. The Medicis. Yeah, them
Yeah,
boys there. Yeah, they part of the bloodline too. The
yeah, you know what
Stewards.
that lead into.
Yeah, all them boys part of the same bloodline, bro.
So, do you think the niggas that's connected to the bloodline now is actually like bloodline, or do you think they just stole the name? Or you know what I mean? Do you
No,
think they white in the
no,
bloodline, or do you think
no.
they stole the name?
Some people today do have that bloodline over here.
I believe that people that don't even know what's going on over here got all type of bloodlines.
Got
I
yeah,
definitely believe that. But I'm saying,
definitely.
because you know the Medici supposedly transitioned to Rothschild, Rockefeller. All these niggas are supposed to be all the same type of family. But I'm saying they all white as a motherfucker. So did they white in the bloodline out, or did they just jack that bitch?
Mm, that's a good question because Rothschild ain't their real name, right? That's the
Yeah,
name
none
he
of them
took.
shits was their original names. They keep
Yeah,
converting
that's
that
the name he
motherfucker.
took, right? And he took the flag that he was waving, his banner, right? Damn, so we would have to go back and look at his original bloodline. That's how we track Christopher, so-called Christopher Columbus. That's how we know that wasn't his real name.
That Medici bloodline is in a lot of the people we be talking about from over
A
there.
lot of people, man, they like so these bloodlines that we talking about claim descendancy of the Bible.
Right.
You know, that's why they kings and shit like that because they claiming descendancy of from Jacob. I mean, not just David.
The Jacobites. Oh, you said David?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, you can say the Jacobites. That's what they turned into. You know what I mean? Before they was Israelites.
so do we
Mhm.
know why Jacob turned to James?
I don't know, man. The Jacob that I know of is the Jacob fuck was Jacob and Esau, right? The two twins, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And Jacob tricked Esau and took over his birthright, right?
Yeah, I think that's how the story go.
So the
It's
Jacobites
like,
are built upon a stolen lie, right? A stolen birthright,
and then
correct?
he like put a play on words on all the names. Then he like mirror all the names of the people and the stuff,
Yeah.
and like just put a different spelling on everything.
He did a lot of things, but so they claim lineage from Jacob, but none of them claim lineage from Esau. They call Esau the Edomites, the white man, or whatever like that. But how could he be the white man when they both got the same mom and same daddy?
Yeah, that's the tricky part of that shit. It's too many. Yeah, like allegory. Like what do they really mean? That's what I want to know.
And you know what, Mr. Miller? It's high life. Isaac being a Saxon. That could be possible because they never. I got to go back and look and check, man. Get back into my shit, but I don't remember where
Yeah,
Sarah, I don't remember where Sarah was from.
Curry Mayo did a drop on that. He said
I don't remember where Sarah was from. Now
that's
I know
where it came from, but I have no clue.
they try to
It
say
makes sense.
Hagar was from Middle East or Ethiopia, somewhere up in that area or whatever, Egypt, somewhere up in that area. But we know Abraham had had Hinduism teachings. That's where he supposedly came out of. That's where he was before he went into Egypt. He was already familiar with Hinduism, probably Judaism already too, or well, you know what I mean, the progenitors of Islam that's being practiced in that area, in the Middle East area, whatever. Before he even came into being Christian, or you know what I mean, another set of Judaism, which Judaism is an Abrahamic religion. You know
What's
what I
his?
mean?
What century he lived in? The 600s or
Huh?
500s? Abraham.
Shit, he ain't never existed if you ask me.
I mean, that's how I take everything. But if we going by the book, you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm lost. Like I don't know what to take. Like serious or as allegorical with this
Yeah,
shit until we find like actual people and actual like
yeah.
shit.
So what he did, he came like what 1,000 years before Jesus. So Jesus would be what, almost going 2,000 years old or whatever. So he would be 1,000 years probably like before Jesus or what? No, 500. Yeah, probably 500 to 1,000 years. So we would say, shit. They give Jesus birth what? One CE, one CE common era. So Abraham will be BC times.
Damn. So
Everybody, pretty much everybody in the old fucking testament. Damn. No, 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 maybe Solomon them boys might have been in 80 times. I got to go back and look, man. I ain't studied that. I ain't been immersed in that in a while, man. Like knowing the dates and age. You know what I mean. I used to hit that
I
shit
think
right
Solomon
up for you.
first century, like 70s and shit like that.
Say that again now.
Solomon and them.
Yeah.
I think they come way later, right?
Yeah, they come what? They hold up. Solomon and boys come before Jesus though.
They come after David,
Yeah, they come before Jesus though.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. So Jesus is 1 CE, New Testament. Everything in the Old Testament, if I'm not mistaken, is BC. That's why I say before Christ.
So
You know, the BC to me stands for before Christ.
King,
The AD stands for after his death. That's how I always remember that when I used to study the Bible.
yeah, that's how I remember it. But I don't really be knowing if CE is classic era or common era or
It's still the same.
as both same shit.
Yeah.
So with King James, right?
Mhm.
The whole little rebellion and all that stuff for him was called the Jacobite rebellion because he was known as Jacobus, right? But like, why is he James and Jacob?
Yeah, I think he wrote himself into that. Like I told you, they was claiming descendancy from the Bible.
Right?
You got to understand now, the Catholic kings went off what the Pope said. The Pope got the hand from God, the word from God. You know what I mean? And then boom. uh,
I was just looking up something about the first pope.
Damn, Lucky talking about fucking stocks and shit. God damn, he talking about making paper, boy. God damn, but my eyes light up just now when he say free money, boy. He talking about paper.
What are you
Yeah,
talking about? NASDAQ.
yeah, Nasdaq.
It took a fall.
Oh no.
What are you saying? Buy in?
Yesterday I called that Nasdaq was in free fall, free money. Rates triggered it. Damn, come explain that shit, Lucky. You know I don't know too much.
Explain that.
I know about stocks, man, but I'm willing. I'm always willing to learn in that shit. Anything about investing. I'm trying to invest in something, dog. I'm trying to sit back on some yachts and shit and just chill the fuck out
Hey,
within the next 10 years, bro. Good word.
how versed are you with credit?
What do you mean? Like, what do I know about it?
Yeah, do you feel like you up on it, or you feel like you moderate? What?
Yeah, I'm moderate, man.
It's a lot of game niggas was giving me on the credit. I ain't applied it yet, so I can't give you first hand experience. All right, now I'm building my credit. I'm in the first stage, but man,
yeah, I heard that. Now that's one thing I ain't hear nothing about. No scam or no fraud about. Like, it's niggas out here really helping people get their credit right. Cuddy always talk about it.
nah, yeah, for real, bro. Niggas
Right.
is getting to the point where they CEO status just off credit. They ain't even do nothing yet. They ain't even really made no business yet. You know what I mean? Like, just getting their credit together, building up the cards. Called a credit profile, bro. I didn't even know about none of this shit, bro. I always been cash.
I ain't never heard of it.
Cash. Credit profile is basically like the steps you take in the resume you put together of credit cards. Like, basically, I told a nigga I don't even use credit card. Nigga looked at me like I was crazy. They're like, bro, you ain't got no free money. Like, grab a credit card. You know what I'm saying? Build your trust up. Every couple months, 6 months at least, ask for a raise in the credit limit. Keep doing that every couple 6 months. You know what I mean? And then once you get to a really high limit, you could go to any dealership, right? And walk in, nigga, like, niggas was putting me on and showing me proof, though. Like, not just talking, showing me proof.
Yeah, you pay with your goddamn card. And you might not even have to pay nothing.
You don't. So look, you got to go through the credit unions because they the ones that give you the most, like, leniency with loans and all that shit. You go straight through your own bank. You get the loan from your bank, and then you
Yeah,
go there with already the loan approved type shit,
right. Them credit
and you
unions.
don't got to pay shit.
I heard them credit unions. They work with you, and they rates are low too.
Their
Credit
rates is
unions
way
better,
more, normal, nigga, instead of
reasonable.
that
Yeah.
500, 700 bullshit.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, niggas
Okay.
was putting me on. I'm like, all right, I got to get my shit up. They say you got to, you know what I mean? It's steps. It's steps. I could send you to the page where I was getting a game from this shit.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm not a nigga that keep the knowledge. I pass that shit around, man.
Especially when it's something to help us, man. You know what
Bruh,
I'm
what?
saying? Fuck
Cause
that.
some
I
niggas just
want
only
every
needed to know.
listen.
Like, you know what I mean? Some
This
niggas
is
just
the
need that
only
info.
way. This is the only way. The only way that everybody can get together and really be cool and everybody copacetic and everything like that. Everybody got to be financially stable.
Free, financially free,
Right.
right? Cause like, or else you in the hamster wheel.
Right.
Just give you way more, like, you know, you really start feeling like, man, listen, just think about having 6 credit cards and they all got, crazy limits, 10 and up, 10,000 and up.
Yeah. Right. Just
At any,
imagine. Yeah. You know what I'm
you got
talking about?
all time to pay them back and all that shit. Like, it's so much, yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's how Indians supposed to be living.
Facts.
For real,
Facts.
for real. Just a whole bunch of cards. Up, yep, boop. Up, yep, boop.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pay you back. Our credit should be good for way more than 10 bands, but
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right, man. That's gonna be the future. The future gonna be credit and digital money.
definitely look at whoever ain't looked into that credit profile shit. Credit profile is steps to it. What's the beginner cards to get in when your credit ain't that good? What's the ones to go for later on? When is the when to do the what's it called, limit increases, when to request them? You know what I'm saying? Man, steps.
Damn, yeah,
Some niggas just needed steps, bro.
Yeah, that's tight. See, I came up in that era where we just bought everything.
Same. My dumb.
I got you lucky. I got you lucky.
And niggas look at me like an idiot. Like, boy, you could have just had all that money in your pocket.
I got you lucky. If you want to cut off your camera, you can, bro. That's up to you. I know you don't mind though. You know what I'm saying? You ain't one of them type. You show your face. You don't give a damn. Wild ass Indian. What's going on, Lucky? What you been saying now, bro? About NASDAQ? First of all, peace, Lucky, man. Hope you and the family all right. Hope the family all right, man. First of all.
Peace, Lucky.
Damn, Joe, my bag too, man. I hope everything good on your end too, boy. We got into that damn article, into that law, that act, boy. It was like you came in ready to go.
I was reading that. I'm like, damn, this shit crazy.
We gonna get into some more though. Alabama said he gonna come back. So what's up, Lucky, man? We couldn't hear you, man, when you came off on mute, man. Yeah, you off mute, but we still couldn't hear you. Can't hear you, man.
Mic check.
All right, yeah, you good
Yeah,
now,
I
man.
heard
Hope you and the family good, man.
Oh yeah, man, everything good. My fault. I had just got a phone call, so I didn't even hear what you had said.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. I was saying before I asked you about the NASDAQ, I said, damn, let me correct myself. Let me ask you, make sure all is well with you and the family first. You know what I mean? Before we get in and start talking. And you had
Oh
said
yeah,
something
no
about
doubt, no doubt. Much respect.
okay, we been talking about the NASDAQ now? You say you called it. What happened?
Yeah, so yesterday in the chat, I had said that the Nasdaq been in a free fall all day. This free money because I had, I do my trades and stuff. So I had made plays yesterday, and I had noticed like, yo, it kind of been really high. It's kind of been really high. You know what I'm saying? I was looking back at the charts. I just kept looking back at it for months on months. I'm like, bro, this bitch high. and it's kind of been dropping today. I feel like it's just gonna drop the rates. The rates announcement was supposed to come tomorrow, which was today. So in my head, I'm just like, okay, I just feel like it's gonna keep dropping. So I just kept making my little plays on that. So long story short, by 2 o'clock today, I concluded my trades for the day because I don't like trading past two. Plus, I be driving and shit during the day. You know what I'm saying? I can't be doing too much multitasking. And I pull out, made like 280. Could have made like a whole bunch more. When I looked down, that bitch dropped free fall. I could have made like 1,500 today. I came back, got some pennies off the ground a little bit. You know what I mean? Made my shit up about 400. But man, that shit is when I looked at the news, they say it's the lowest day it done been since 2001.
Where it's at? Where it's at now? How low is it?
Yeah, his phone. He must be got a phone call again. You know them boys who watching, boy. Them boy call it lucky, man. What you doing up there with that nigga, man? What you doing up there, man? Damn, you Aboriginal now? Nah, dog. When it come down to
Hey,
making that
my
paper, dog, when it come down to making that paper, dog, fuck what you fuck you think you is, dog. It's about making this fucking money.
my fault. I keep getting a phone call, man. My fault.
Go ahead, Joe the
But
boss.
you,
Joe the
you heard
boss.
you heard what I was you heard what I was saying, all right.
Yeah. How low is that shit now?
So let me look at it real quick, cause it's so low. I wasn't even about to make a play on it. I'm like, man, let me see what it's doing right now.
Hey, Lucky. Go ahead and tell them boys, man. It's all right, man. You ain't convert to Aboriginal, man. You just been up here for the last 2 days because we talking about some real shit about how to grow as a people. Fuck the dumb shit. You know what
You
I
funny,
mean?
OTK. You
Tell
funny
them they can
nigga.
stop calling you, man. Everything good, man.
That nigga OTK a funny nigga. Hold up. Let me see. Let me send this message over real quick. But that I think with the Nasdaq 21, 21, 529. That's what she's sitting at when I just looked at the real time. But this morning, when I started, when the day started, she was at 20. She was in the 22s. So I'm like, man, that's a lot of ticks to be moving in one day, fam.
So you day trading?
So what I do is, I mean, I guess you consider it day trade. I like to consider it. It's a mix. It's like I'm like a swing by day. You see what I'm saying? But I started this shit like 2015 with forex. And when I
Told you them niggas calling Joe the
Yeah,
boss.
he might got another call.
I told you
Yeah.
them niggas calling Joe the boss. But all them boys I'm called. That's 3 different calls from the time he get on there.
Hey, bro, I keep getting a phone call, bro. Hold
Yeah,
on,
yeah. That's 3 of them. So that's three. That's 3 people out of the group. We wait for 2 more.
bro. Nah, it's my girl, man. She want my damn debit card. I thought I sent the message. I guess the message ain't go. You know how that is.
Hey, give it up, nigga. Break bread like Jesus, dog. Word. Yeah, Wild Savage say he started that way too.
Yeah, I started in 2015 with the forex, but then I
For
graduated. I jumped out of forex, went into options in like 2018. 2019, I went crypto, and then went full circle back in 2022, and then started with futures. So at this point, I done tapped every field in the market type of shit, so to speak. So you know what I mean. I pretty much found what I prefer to do, and I like to do my futures and my crypto. You know what I mean. So that's what I do.
And that's the key about it, right? About that trading stocks and shit. You gotta find what works for you.
And you
Facts.
got
That's facts, bro. That's facts. You got to find what works for you.
and you use
Okay.
that same swing method, that swing day trading method for all of them.
Yeah. So with forex, it kind of when I started forex, I was on some scalp shit because I ain't had no money. So I was really like, you know how niggas will start and they'll start on demo, like on some fake
Just
shit.
simulation.
Yeah. I never really went through that phase when I first started. I was like, nigga, simulation. What if I really hit? You feel
Uh,
me? I'm trying to take that bitch out.
Right, right.
So
Monopoly money.
right. So nigga, I put my own money in there. So I started with like 100, and then I seen I damn, I'm gonna need a little more than 100. So then I put like 400 in there. So then I'm like, damn, okay, I'm gonna need a little more than 100 of that. So then I put 1,000 in that bit. So I'm playing with 1,000, learning, you know what I mean, risk management and shit like that. But I just kept saying like, man, if I really want to play this game, I need a little more capital. You know what I'm saying? So try to figure out ways to get my hands on more capital, lead you to other places. You know what I'm saying? Just like a regular, like you know, anything else. So, but yeah, to answer your question, yeah, I took the day scalping methods, the understanding how quick the candles move, understanding you know what I mean what's going on throughout the day, what's going on throughout the hours and shit like that. Knowing I can get in and out of stuff pretty frequently. You know what I mean? You basically a lot of niggas be intimidated. You know what I mean? Once you get all the information, it kind of break that barrier down. You just get to jumping in there. So that's all I've been doing since then.
Yeah, I was getting there. I got not all the info. I got a lot of info, and I had a setback, and I kind of, shit happened. You move fast. You look back like, damn, I ain't even fuck with it.
What's
But
IML? Oh, go.
Wow,
My bad.
Savage, funny.
My
Now I'm
bad. My bad.
listening to you, bro. Wow, Savage,
Oh, I thought.
hilarious. Now it
Oh,
wasn't
he.
IML.
Oh, he was saying that as a joke. Okay, wow,
Yeah, that
savage.
was funny. He
I
a
thought he
fool.
was
That was
talking
funny.
about stocks and shit.
Nah, he
Wow.
funny. That's that affiliate link shit. That's that that's that pyramid scheme shit.
I master. I mastery.
uh,
Okay, my bad, Joe the boss. I didn't mean to cut you. I thought you was in between stopping what you were saying. Thousand pardon. Go ahead.
nah, I basically was done. I was saying I got up on the info. I got motivated. I had a setback, and I fell all the way off. But I've still been looking at it from afar, watching the niggas that I started with eat. Like, damn.
Uh-huh. So that's the key though, bro. So when I first started, this what kept me motivated. 2015, I was watching a video. Nigga said it was like a percent. I can't remember the exact percentage, but he was like a certain number of percentage of traders they quit after the first 3 years. Then it was like a certain number of traders after 10 years they quit. But then it was just like the trader that make it 15 years. I forgot the number, but it was like then that once you make it 15 years, you guaranteed profitable. Like ain't no nigga been out here on the charts looking off and on for 15 years, don't know what he doing. You feel me? So it's all about having time in, whether you coming back or you locked in the whole time. You know what I'm saying? If you had experience in that, you know sometimes your emotions might get the best, and sometimes you gotta take a break. You feel me? Because sometimes you might get attached to your plays, or you know what I mean, this and that. You gotta balance your life. You feel me? So I done took breaks from trading and shit, and just jumped in the truck and just started driving. You know what I mean? And you feel me? Sometimes you gotta just do what you gotta do. But right now I'm in that mode. You know what I mean? So it's just like I'm driving and I'm trading. You feel me? I'm just doing everything.
My situation was I relocated. I moved from Pennsylvania to Denver. I relocated cross country, just me and my son, and it was like a startup. And I couldn't really. At a point, I was working two jobs. The focus. You got to be into it and all that. You can't if you day trade, you got to be focused, or you're gonna lose that money. So I just fell back on all that shit. It was something else I was trying to work on too in the midst of that. But once I got all my right now, I'm good. I'm about to get back into all this shit.
Yeah, shit happen in cycles, bro. Like if I ain't never get in forex, well, really, if I ain't never like, if the shit ain't happen, if I ain't never get like, you know what I mean, go through what I went through or whatever to even have to do that shit, I would never even know about crypto or never even know that it was verified, right? So because I was so locked in the forex and certain groups I was tapped into back then, niggas was putting me on the crypto wave in like 2017, but I wasn't knowing what it was. So by the time 2019 came around and it was actually like I could see what it was going on, I already had niggas who was already stamped in the back of my head, letting me know this was a real thing I could put my money behind. So I wasn't tripping about it. So it kind of like helped me to be able to just not be scary. You know what I mean? Just kind of play with it like I know it was. And I like, bro, I swear I would never be. I'd be, I'd be saying it's fake money. I'd be, you know what I mean? Because a lot of niggas when you talk about trading and shit, they think that shit just a myth. Ain't nobody withdrawing money. You know what I'm saying? So
That's because we've been indoctrinated to believe it's not real. So we wouldn't invest our money. Just imagine, Lucky, if our fucking grandparents them man knew about that shit, investing like that on the stock market and knew how to ran, and do that shit.
Instead of buying them lotto tickets.
You feel me? Or going to casinos all the time, riverboats and shit. My people in Chicago, they used to go to riverboats, go to casino and shit. Lottery been out in the fucking 80s in Chicago. Word.
Yeah. No, that where I'm from, man, niggas get that corner store every day.
Every day.
oh yeah, they playing that machine, huh?
Yeah, they call it lotto, goddamn.
They just getting, give me 10 number ones and give me 2 number twos, and then they buy one of those super expensive ones and every day or every payday at least.
Scratch offs been out like.
But and it be niggas that be strategic with that scratch off shit. Like they, like you said, they come with the numbers. Like, hey, I need 7 number ones. I need 4 of them number 3. Like they know what they doing.
Strategy already.
You right, Wild Savage, dog. We would have been I'm talking about generational wealth. I'm mad as fuck I didn't buy that Amazon stock when that bitch came across my lap.
Man, it's a new Amazon every day, OTK.
I know. I'm talking about that very first one when they was knocking Toys R Us out of fucking business. I didn't catch on quick enough. I ain't catch on quick enough. Lucky, I still been in the fucking streets, man.
See, but that's the thing. But
that's the thing.
that's what
I had plenty money just to blow. You know what I mean? So that shit was crazy, man. And I let that shit slip away from me, man.
But that's the thing, though, right? So them same skills that you accumulated, you working them in the market. You understand what I'm saying? The same techniques, the same qualities of life, the same goddamn discipline, all that shit.
I just need to know how to identify the product when I see it. Like from all the experience I got, like I can identify something when I see it. So that's all it is with trade. In other words, you need to identify what you're looking at, and it's a chance.
So this is how I look at it, right? Break it down.
Go ahead.
Specialty shit. So if a nigga's a specialist, or if you focus or you hone in on one thing, you can find out everything you need to know about that specific industry, so to speak. So the reason why Amazon popped out, because they was disrupting that industry. So when they came with that online, basically it's like an online mall. You feel me? So they came with an online mall that they fucking up the regular malls. You know what I'm saying? They fucking up the department stores. You know what I'm saying? They disrupting the industry. So if you, whatever industry you fucking with, whether it be music, whether it be sports, whether it be news, something that's shaking up the industry, that's what you looking for, and you looking for it at a cheap number. You're not finna overpay for some shit you know it ain't worth. You know what I'm saying? Regular stuff.
Right. And them shit I came across, though, them shit was like at one point, when they first came out, them shit was like $1 a share. Well, you wouldn't get that much of a share, but you could have get a nice piece to where if you had invested $1 when that shit first started out, you would have been a millionaire right now anyway.
Man,
That
Yeah.
and it's
fire
endless
stick,
I
possibilities.
remember when
fire stick,
Bitcoin was $200.
that fucking fire stick just killed cable. The only
Yeah.
I remember when you.
thing that was
Oh,
keeping
you talking
cable
about?
alive was motherfucking direct TV with the NFL package.
Yeah, it was a nigga in the hood who had the fire stick bootleg business. You
Leg
bring him
this
that fire stick here, bootleg that whole yeah, every movie in the world.
every movie in the
Yeah, I
world.
lived like that for
Movie
like
theater
10 years.
up
Fire stick with all the apps on it. It had, what was that? Showbox? Y'all remember that
there.
Showbox?
Yeah, they
That
still
shit
got
had,
it. Hey,
it
check it.
was Netflix or
That fire
Netflix.
stick fucked movie theaters up so bad to movie theaters selling alcohol now.
Bro, the movie dropped in the theater, app
This
in
is
app.
That been
oh,
a
go ahead.
turn to a lounge.
My bad, Joe. You have broke up a
That's what
little
that
bit.
Philly nigga got locked up for. That Omar with the what the fuck was his name? Remember that Dominican Philly nigga that got booked with all them Bentleys and fucking
Oh, you talking about
Rolls
Ami and the
Royce?
Hellcat?
Oh, me in the Hellcat. There you go.
Yeah,
He
that's
had
my
he
yeah,
was
that's my
doing that.
son right there.
He was doing that same shit. He had a company where he'll put like a Netflix in your TV, and it came with all the movies and all that. He never paid no licenses from nobody. That's what he got booked for.
You talk about that dude that was rich.
Yeah, bro. He was doing that in
Super
different
rich.
countries around the whole U.S. and different countries,
That bitch been bad, boy. He
putting
changed
cable
the game,
crib
boy.
for
He
a
changed the
decade.
game, boy. Now, the shit that he was doing back then, now anybody can do with a fire stick.
Right.
This shit crazy, man. I tell you, boy, they want their piece now. They want their cut. Them boys like goddamn. Them boys like Frank White. No dope deal, no cocaine, no nothing. A nickel bag gets sold in the park. I want in. Shit. Them boys ain't trying to let a nigga have nothing, boy. Word. All because they came up with something that y'all didn't. That's like stealing patents. This shit crazy, man. It's all fucked up. But yeah, Lucky, I appreciate that, man. I'm gonna be checking in with you, boy, on advice with that damn stock shit. You know what I mean? Because I'm gonna get into it. I'm with the Bitcoin shit. I'm at a point now where all I've been doing is just mining and flipping and flipping. I've never touched the shit because when I started, they didn't even have the ATMs out yet. They didn't even have a way to convert it yet. You know what I mean?
Crypto drinks.
And yeah, it wasn't no card. That Bitcoin, it wasn't no card, no nothing yet. You know what I'm saying? So when I
That's
seen
why
that first ATM come out, I said, "Uh-oh, this shit's serious."
I ain't invest because it felt like the EFT scam. It felt like
Yeah.
everybody was about to get burnt. That's how I felt when Bitcoin came out. I told you, I remember when that shit was cheap and niggas was oh, you want Bitcoin? I'm like, bro, y'all niggas, y'all fall for everything they tell y'all to do. And that was
Yeah.
one thing that worked, nigga. Them niggas got some money up, but they bought
Bro, I
it.
was
I
buying
bought,
pounds of Bitcoin.
Bro, once
I
that
bought
shit went to
$5.
20,000,
I
they
bought
all took their money out. And look at it now.
I bought
Bro, I
5,000.
was kicking.
I bought $5 worth when it first came out, and I bought that shit through by Venmo or either Cash App, one out the two. I bought it through by there. I bought shares inside McDonald's, adaptive Bitcoin company, and also Disney. I bought shares in all four of them shit at the same time, at the same year.
Hey,
Never
which
touched
one of
none
these?
of that shit. All I
Which
do is
one of
just
these?
mine my Bitcoin. That's all I do. Now that shit saying I got like, well, last time I checked, I had like 1.97. But what scared me is when they said you gotta pay to convert it. So I was like, oh hell no, them boy trying to get me, boy. So I was skeptical about it, but then when I talked to K Glover L and Goddess K Glover L and Hawkeye, they was like, no, you do got to pay a conversion fee. And I said, well, okay, that makes sense. We had to pay a conversion fee when I used the fucking ATM in Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so that makes sense, but I'm gonna make sure they help me with that shit before I do anything because there's so much scamming. So until then, I'm gonna just keep mining. You know what I mean? So word.
Hey, which one of
OTK,
them?
I'm gonna stay on this for a moment because when we go back, I may only have a half hour to interact. The thing about Bitcoin digital and I hate to have to say this because it's going on in the background, the so-called global currency reset. Now here's the problem for the American known as the Negro. First of all, poorly educated by design. That's why we have a book called The Miseducation of the Negro. So a Negro is not designed to think for him or herself. The only purpose of a Negro is to serve others. The operational behavior of a Negro is to wait until instructed. That's the reason why they wind up in church every week. Okay? This is not to cast aspersion. I'm not calling out or capping on anyone in particular. I'm just, we need to stop being emotional about this. We have to start looking practical, logical, strategic on the shit that's been done because it's being done to us, around us, not for us. That's first. Next, remember when I last talked with you about the Roaring 20s? Now that's 100 years ago. What do you think this Roaring 20s is going to be? Because you know that got capped in 1929 with the great stock market crash, right? So understand that these people don't have but one playbook and they recycle the same shit. And since they know that they have dumbed the populace at large down, and most people do not look at history as a guidebook and do not read, again, I stress, do not read, certainly then they don't research. You feel me? OTK. So keep doing what you're doing. I'm not saying it to discourage you. I'm not trying to tell you. I'm not, and this is not for financial or legal advice. This is just discussing objectively the normal ups and downs, not of the stock market, but of the society, what is called civilization. These wanes, you know, these highs, these lows, this waxes, the waning. We are now we're on the cusp of what happens in a roller coaster when you get to the top, right? And just before you go over the bottom, don't your stomach drop? Now, if you have a good disposition, you may not vomit or throw up what's inside of you. But that feeling of exhilaration and plummeting downward, because that's what's about to happen. Now, having said that, understand all of this is by design and for a correction. They are going right now, the physical dollar that's in your wallet, purse, pockets, and how frequently do you actually take it out? That's in God we trust. How frequently do you actually take paper, which is really fabric made out of cotton, chasing that cotton, by the way? How often do you on a daily basis or once a week or once a month actually transact in that fiat currency? It is currently, as we speak, worth less than 1 penny. What does that tell you? Now, what most people do not comprehend and do not understand, when Richard Milhouse Nixon took us completely off the gold standard, August 15th, 1971, that was the culmination of the bank holiday in March of 1933 when Franklin Delano, or Delano, whichever way you want to pronounce it, Roosevelt, confiscated the gold from the aboriginal known as the American Negro with a fine of $10,000 or 10 years in jail. Do any of you brothers know of that? If you haven't done your homework on it, I suggest you go and research it and see the similarities of what is on our doorstep. You young brothers feel me?
That's the goal he took and put in Fort Knox, right?
No, that gold probably have been long gone, and I doubt that it's ever been in Fort Knox.
Oh,
Now, in
okay.
conspiracy speak, they are claiming it's in hundreds of miles subterranean under the Vatican, and some bizarre people say there is a tunnel that goes all the way from Vatican City to is not real. Now, whether these things are truthful or not, does it really matter? Because this is what's being done by others, not by the American, known as the Negro, right? What are we doing any more than a rat in a maze or a hamster on a wheel? Really, truthfully, if you don't see what's going on with the diddler, Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, Jay-Z, Oprah, how much really do these billionaire niggas have? Actually,
Alabama, did you just say the diddler?
whatever. I don't care who you want to. Do you think these people are powerful? How about you, Joe the boss? Do you really think that they are powerful? If you didn't
I
see
can
the
say
example of
I
them
could say
drawing, they pulled the
I once
draws
thought they
down
was
of
powerful.
Kanye in less than 24 hours. Was he actually a billionaire, or was it only based on what they said he was valued at?
I
Do you
think
feel me?
he is a billionaire. I just think, or was. I just think it only
What you
it don't it
worth?
don't it
What
only
you worth?
matters so much.
What you worth ain't what you got.
Yeah, like
Difference. You might be worth $1 billion, but do you got $1 billion?
How
right.
can they take it from you in 24 hours if it's yours?
That's what I'm
Correct.
saying. Like you could have $1
Therefore,
billion
they'll never
dollars,
get
but that
that.
don't mean they can't do that to you. That's what I'm saying.
So then
That
what is power?
and this is the higher ups buck breaking.
So again, what is power?
Power is what you can sustain, I guess, to
And control.
protect, control.
And the key word is control. So what does the American known as the Negro control?
Yeah.
Am I hearing crickets?
Shit,
Shit, man.
only thing he
Silence
control
speaks
is his
volume.
surroundings around him. That's about it. I feel you. I feel you.
Yeah, your
So
household if you're
when
lucky.
this financial crash, because it is going to happen, brother. I'm not saying this to scare you. This is not to cause
I'm
anxiety or
already
create
scared, man.
panic. Yeah.
Too late.
Ain't no shit, right?
But again, remember, you know what's really
Hey,
funny though,
hey,
OTK?
Alabama,
We
you ain't got to
mhm.
worry about this motherfucker won't ride the front of the bus.
Well,
I'm
but
gonna be in the
again,
back.
see,
Goddamn, I
see,
need to
see,
understand this shit.
see,
Go
this
ahead.
is the problem where we continue to listen to others. If we actually listened to ourselves or shared our direct lineage and oral tradition, we would know that even during the roaring 20s, which we were specifically targeted and attacked, hundreds, if not thousands, of our communities, through the Great Depression, we still maintained ourselves. Why, brothers? Why? In the midst of Jim Crow, why did our ancestors able to maintain themselves? Because they was on their own shit. But we're not taught any of that. What we call supposedly history and compulsory education, what we're taught is shit about the fucking Dust Bowl and these squatulating cracker bastards. The Great Seraph. I'm sure maybe y'all may have seen that black and white movie in one of your classes in school. You might as well have been watching that alongside the fucking Wizard of Oz.
The Great Depression and
Everything they told you,
depression ain't
they
shit
told
to
you
us.
about them, correct?
I was the type of nigga that got kicked out every day.
The Great
And maybe,
Depression didn't fuck up nothing in the South. We ain't
They
even know a
Daniel
Great
wasn't
Depression
like
happened.
goddamn movie.
but do
I,
you understand what? But you brothers understand what I'm saying?
yeah,
So since we have never been taught what it is our ancestors actually did, that's why we're starting over literally from scratch. And the first thing would be having your ass back on your land, right? OTK. I won't go down that for the moment. I'm just saying, any discussions about digital currency, crypto, blockchain, any of that shit, it's irrelevant till you see them collapse this bitch. You follow me, brothers? because they will do it. And by the way, they wanted to blame Biden for it. But if you notice, pay very close attention, the motherfucking stock market is falling in front of Trump going in the motherfucking White House. You
Yeah,
haven't seen the news today? You haven't seen the news today?
today, no.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what Lucky
motherfuckers,
was talking about NASDAQ dropping today.
it's tanking.
That's what
Yeah,
Lucky was up here telling us about.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't Trump say something about if BRICS keep going, he was going to change the U.S. currency to Bitcoin
Again, if you want to listen to that
or
illiterate
crypto?
motherfucker, you can choose to do so, because that's your choice.
No,
But if
I'm
you can't
asking
see
if
how
that's what
many motherfucking companies this bitch has bankrupt and have all gone belly up.
I was asking because I loosely heard him. I wasn't
No,
really.
that's fine. Bro, everything he says is to set himself up for the next grift. Okay? For example, this fleecing of ABC News, Disney. Did you see that recently? He pulled out
Maybe
the rabbit out of his hat by claiming he was going to file defamation against ABC and Disney for George Stephanopoulos, repeating what the judge said on the bench, that this motherfucker essentially raped this woman. The difference is, did you stick your finger in or did you stick your dick in? Okay? What character does he have or reputation that actually could be drawn any lower? There's two things about defamation. First of all, is it not true? If it is truth, there's no such thing as being defamed by telling the truth. You feel me? But they caved and paid this motherfucker $15 million for a bullshit ass presidential library, and $1 million to cover the lawyers who didn't do nothing but file a fucking lawsuit. You can't see that?
still white people games.
That's fleecing a motherfucker. Okay? But the message being sent out is that all these white motherfuckers gonna be on code. Isn't that what they get? Isn't that what these FBA niggas like to say all the time? Run up in your face, OTK. You do not see how white folks are on code?
That's always been universal. If it's pertaining to us,
They agree to get the nigga. I don't know if you know this, Joe the Boss. My message is real simple. The only agenda that's going on worldwide is get the nigga. When they go across the planet
I seen
advertising, come to America and get the American dream, who's the doormat, Joe the Boss? Who's literally the bottom of the totem pole?
the neighborhood niggas.
Okay then. Now, who doesn't agree to do that shit? Maybe it'd be better for me to ask you that.
Who doesn't agree to what? Come over here and fuck with us.
And step on your black ass.
Uh,
Climb in the don't they love to call it climbing the corporate ladder? What's the first rung on the corporate ladder?
they get groomed into this too. They got to go through like a slight grooming before they get introduced to the American Negro. You know what I mean? In the most weird, condescending ass way. Like, yeah, they're stupid. You don't mix in with them. You go be
And,
successful. Like, they get a
and
whole little
who is telling them that? The State Department when they get a green card?
yeah, it's part of their visa, green card shit. They like, who was who was telling us about
Who
this?
is telling them to set up shop in the ghetto?
I think that's
How
part of
can a motherfucker ain't never been here, don't speak English, know where the fucking hood is?
they coming over here as hustlers. They're not coming over here green. The niggas I
So
meet growing up in my
so
hood,
is
all
the
our folks,
does
they
the
got
evidence speak to
Arabs.
the
Those
agenda
Arabs been,
is
man, they've been
the
on it.
agenda of the United States government and every legal or illegal motherfucking immigrant is to come to America, get the American dream at the expense of the American known as the Negro.
Yeah, we just in the way. We just like a means to some money. What
Why
can
is
you
that
sell to these
one thing?
Negroes?
But why is that one thing that doesn't unify the American known as the Negro? OTK. Because this time of the year, so-called family season, Thanksgiving through New Year's Day,
You know why?
all whining and complaining that comes out of the mouth of American families and communities called Negro, colored, and black is that we can't get together. Black folks need to unify. Whatever other variation of that shit you've heard around the family table. When we're gathered together, we're complaining that we aren't together. Ain't that some shit?
That's because Papoose and Remy fighting right now. So you know we got it.
Hey,
Or the
Joe the
didn't.
boss. Joe the boss, you crazy, man.
Hey, that's how I be
No,
looking.
he's straight up right, man. Don't name
Yeah,
whatever reality TV. So fucking
crazy.
Love and Hip Hop, Atlanta
Yeah,
Housewives.
Yeah,
What
I'm in
the fuck?
mental, so I see that from the outside looking in. Like, damn, y'all niggas really just be obsessed with these niggas.
yeah,
Oops,
yeah, for sure, Joe the boss. That
I'm
shit
not
crazy.
watching niggas live their life, nigga.
And you know what else crazy, Alabama? Another time they always say that at a funeral. When somebody, a matriarch in the family died, or a patriarch in the family died, everybody come together. Somebody gonna get up there and speak. And this is the time family need to stick together, and we gotta do better, y'all. As soon as they leave, when they get at the eating, they about to fight.
That's a
Damn, they
fact.
about to fight at the fucking eating, at the damn,
As soon as the
As soon as
first
they trying to easy,
motherfucker gets drunk.
that's
Soon
a
as
wrap.
the first motherfucker gets drunk.
That's why I don't come around y'all motherfuckers. All
yeah,
kind of
they
shit go.
start clicking up, talking shit about each other in the fucking
And
huddle.
what happens is separate and distance the family. It kind of put certain people in bad places because they don't want to see that happen. But they gotta play. They not playing both sides. They love both. They love all y'all. They want to see y'all together. But y'all killing them. The one that's in the middle.
My family's so petty.
That shit
We
crazy.
full family reunion since '99, bro. It's always been split since '99. Niggas don't
Shit,
even know what it's about no
my
more.
shit was like that too, but it wasn't because of the split. It was because a lot of the elders died. You know what I mean? They
That's the
died,
that's the
and
real.
then that's why me and my cousin about 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Yeah, that's 2024. It's about to be 2025. Yeah, that's 2020. I 2018. My bad. 2018 because it was before COVID, right before COVID. Yeah, 2018. We did a family reunion, and we put together, man, me and him, man, and we did a 3-day family reunion. And everybody came, man, from all over the town, and it was a bunch of youth there. You know what I mean? That's when I found out that our family then was related to goddamn Charlemagne the God, fucking uh
No, man, no, don't tell me that
man, listen,
Charlemagne
I
the
can't,
God
I can't, I
motherfucking
can't, I can't knock what my
enslavement.
blood. I can't knock what my blood is. You know what I mean? That's
No,
my
I
bloodline.
understand.
Yeah.
I understand, but he's
Charlemagne the God,
Charlemagne the fraud.
Bruce,
No, he's
Bruce and
Charlemagne
Bruce
the
and
fraud. Now, how
goddamn
about that?
Bruce and
He's
Andre
Char-
Ellington.
he's
Them boys.
Charlemagne the fraud. Now let's tell the truth and shame the devil, as they say.
Hey man, look how he came. I mean, hey, listen, y'all wouldn't believe it though, dog. But if I let y'all hear some old radio clips of him when he used to be on the radio here,
Hmm.
motherfucker used to call him and curse him out. Like, nigga, you ain't from this motherfucker. Ain't no way you from this motherfucker acting like that.
Oh, now you know the next one I'm gonna have to pull the
Yeah,
draws down is Chris Rock.
hey, man. Shout out to
Can
shout
can
out to
can
Charlamagne.
can you tell me about how non-South Kakalaki he's become after he crackalacking as the fucking zebra in Madagascar? Chris Rock has fallen how far away from South Carolina?
Oh, real far. Shit. So as Wesley. Richard Roundtree been one of the ones that's back in the day that always claim his heritage here.
But what about Professor James Small? I mean, that's one of the preeminent motherfucking trans-African scholars. I'm gonna use your phrase since you don't call them trans-African. Who know his people go back 250,000 years in South Carolina. What the fuck is wrong with us? You know, we can keep being petty and shits and giggles and kiki and ha 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 while every motherfucker around the planet is laughing at us in our face and behind our back. Now they're gonna be rough and ready, right out straight when they turn these motherfuckers loose on January 20th, 2025. What you gonna do then? I'm telling you, brother, what they're gonna run right straight through the ass of the statute of limits. You follow me, bro? Because they already jacked up her skirt. And how many 13 million of these motherfuckers they claim will come during this administration? Do you think they're gonna boot 1 million of them, Joe the boss? And how does that work? OTK, I wanted to call him out when he was on. No, night before last when Bap was with you. Because I gassed him up, man. He said he gonna become the Bass Reeves of that shit when they gonna have a new force of almost 2 million. Now, do you think they're gonna hire 2 million people to become these new ICE motherfucking agents and pay them 6 figures? OTK. Bap said he's gonna be first in line. Mike check. Am I back in the hunky hole? I got about 5 minutes, maybe 10 at best, man. I'm gonna have to bounce.
Nah, you good. I can hear you. I
Yeah,
had I
Bap
had a
said
phone call.
he gonna be first in line to drop the hammer on these motherfuckers, man. And if the truth be told, the word is circulated as about $1,000 bounty per head. So it's gonna be a whole lot of bitch snitch ass niggas out here in the hood. You're gonna find out if there's that black brown coalition real quick. Huh? I'm saying, I'm saying, man. They done put niggas in a hole. They broke
Oh
as a motherfucker. No, I mean, just real talk, man. Just be logical. Let's be strategic and logical with the shit, man. I mean, what the fuck does Bebe's kids have to lose and shit,
shit.
and maybe they'll stop letting Julio climb up on them trying to fucking make them good hair babies and shit. Having them babies with good hair type of bullshit.
Oh boy, I had this shit on mute because I was on a phone call. I didn't hear nothing you said, but when I came back in and you said Bat was gonna be first in line, man. Hey, listen, man, 1,000 ahead.
You ask him the next time you talk to him, bro. I'm telling you, man. He said he the one drop. He said Trump said he gonna hire 2 million motherfuckers and paying them 6 figures and shit to round up these illegal motherfuckers.
So
He
we can
said
go read
he said
Cowboy.
Bep said he gonna be the Bass Reeves of this motherfucker.
This nigga going full cowboy mode.
Yeah, well, I ain't no hate, man. I mean, I wouldn't say that to him. I'll
Babs
say that to his face. You call
niggas about.
next time you talk to him, ask you because I tell you, he said that in the conversation we had. And again, the rumor is that what is that crazy nigga that calls himself multi-generational mulatto who used to always talk about calling ICE on motherfuckers while in Mexico and shit. Yeah, yeah. So Bebe's kids, man, all them hoochie mamas over there running around looking after Julio and shit, trying to have them babies, light skinned babies with good hair. I wonder if they're gonna turn them motherfuckers in like they turned Pookie and Ray Ray in, dropping dime on their ass and shit. What you think? What you think, Joe the boss?
Your presence is needed for just 5 minutes on the show, real quick. Man, Alabama told me some shit that made me laugh. I said, "Boy, back crazy." Hey, roll up
But
real quick.
I don't think that was a joke. I think he was serious as a heart attack.
Uh,
I think he was serious as a heart attack.
what happened? No. We got you a question, man, about this great roundup.
Yeah, tell him come
Yeah,
on up here. Tell him I ain't lying on him. I'll tell him in his face now.
hey, roll
He,
over
he
here
said
real quick.
he said he gonna be the Bass Reeves in this bitch.
All right. Okay, I bet. You say he about to put the kids down, man.
Like I said, I ain't capping, man. I'm not throwing him under the bus.
He said, "Me too." They let me.
Shit.
Hey, Sachi, what if you fuck around and run up on the cartel and them bitch offer you 20 keys or 100,000 or 100,000? Would you turn them in?
Now you done started a bidding war, OTK. Goddamn. You done started the motherfucking bidding war.
That's what I was
you
thinking
know,
of the whole time. I'm like, it's gonna be hella payoffs. You gotta think
Yeah,
about how much of them
that's
niggas is getting money. Every time you
yeah,
pull up, they got
that
the
was
money ready.
that what I'm saying, Sachi. Would you take the bricks if you was in the game? Just imagine if you was still in the game in your youth. Would you take them 10, 20 bricks or either $500,000 cash and turn the eye? Now it's about who paying more.
we're making fun of this. We're making light of this, but on the serious tip, these people's lives are at stake. And dealing with these cartels, which are the coyotes. Then you have the actual smuggling, the human trafficking. This shit that we just keep showing on the news, that's the fucking tip of the iceberg, man.
Yeah,
You know how many
definitely.
motherfuckers are being shipped in containers and fucking in tractor trailers and shit?
Yes.
Yeah, the dark side is definitely ugly as a motherfucker.
Hey, Sachi say cash, they got me. What's up, bro, Cosmo? What's happening, man? Peace to the creator gang. The Cosmonians.
Oh damn, we done raised the grave. We done raised the grave, raised it from the grave. Now,
Told
nigga,
you he
if
was
you're not gonna
coming,
come
man.
in, but if you're not
Just had
coming
to
in
check
shooting
on this
post
plant.
millennium from the hip, I'm gonna have to step.
What up, though? What's going on, fellas, man?
Cosmo Cal TV.
What up?
Oh, shit. Hey, Sachi say he offer 100K. I'm blind as fuck. Hey, Cosmo.
Bling, bling, nigga. Bling, bling.
Hey, hope everything good with you and the family. First of all, you already know my
man.
brother. You already know my brother.
Same to you and yours, man. All y'all too, man. Hope the family doing well, man. Love, light, balance out there to everybody.
Appreciate
You
it.
already know, man. Hey, listen, Cos. Listen what these motherfuckers say. These motherfuckers about to turn into. I'm waiting for BAP to come. But this is what Alabama said. It's about to be something going through the grapevine now, just through the grapevine, allegedly.
Yeah.
Trump is hiring people and paying them 6 figures to do the great roundup.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm repeating what BAP said when I was having conversation with him. That he said that this is in the news, that he plans to hire 2 to 3 million motherfuckers in the ICE force, bro. This would be like the Space Force on land.
Man.
And BAP said he gonna be Bass Reeves.
What would you do, Cos?
Damn.
What would you do, Cos?
Cos said, damn.
6 figures?
Man. And here's the caveat, Cosmo. The word in the grapevine is going to be $1,000 bounty on motherfuckers. Snitch, bitch ass niggas.
Hey, Sachi stupid. Sachi talking about, I ain't gonna do nothing. I'm gonna take their money and then send back to go get their ass.
That nigga think he gonna double dip. I mean, how long you think you gonna get away with that?
We all make money, okay?
Hey, they was doing it with head rights. They was double dipping on head rights. They said they'll bring 20 indentions over here, say it was 40, get the extra acres out of the deal.
Now
we all split the extras.
So Cosmon, say we was back in our prime. We out there back in the streets. And this the cartel we dealing with that we run up on. We fuck around and ran up on the cartel and they immigrants. These motherfuckers offer us 500,000 and 20 bricks. You gonna turn them in?
The cartel offer me 500,000 and 20 bricks?
Yeah, you gonna turn them in?
Hell no. Hell no, that's my dog. That's my dog at that point, nigga. Hey.
So we know the ones that stay. We know the ones that stay and avoid these shit. We know who they are. They
already know. Goddamn right. He done got the Cosmon USDA grade A goddamn Mexican pass, nigga. 500,000, 20 of them things, nigga. Yeah, you staying here, nigga. You're not going nowhere. I dare y'all to fuck with it.
Oh shit.
Nigga, I'm talking about, but other than that, nigga, I'm gonna be
Hey, listen now, you know some niggas gonna run into that.
I'm just saying, what you mean?
They gonna run into
what you mean? They got baby mamas, but these niggas they gonna be turning into their own uncles and cousins.
But see, that's what I just told. But see, Cosmo, you stayed there when I said
you should have been good.
That's why. And these hood rat bitches that be saying they want some Mexican dick with some light skinned babies and good hair.
Listen.
Well, I guess it'll be after they get pregnant. Then they'll send that motherfucker off.
I'm just saying. I'm word to Jose. Jose, you might want to open the flood waters and be a little nice to Cortez. To little Jerome and them. Be nicer to Jerome and them, because after January 6th, that nigga got your life in his hands. You dig what I'm talking about? That boy had La Migra at your front door, nigga.
Big old facts.
Nigga, La Migra. How you niggas running out of there like roaches?
So here go our boy Young Bapperton. He said, shit, I'm gonna be the first.
He said he gonna be Bass Reeves in this bitch.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. You about to be Bass Reeves. You about to be Don Quixote, nigga. You about to be walking across the border, nigga. You walking them back across the border, man. You listen. I'm just saying, it's a cold world out here.
Yeah, hey, listen now. So now, what I'm thinking is gonna happen. See, I'm in the Southeast.
Y'all don't even see them like that.
Yeah. We do. We've been seeing them like that though. That ain't not. You know what I mean? A lot of us got our own businesses, so we hire them. You understand what I'm saying?
What about the niggas? What about the niggas?
What I'm saying is,
did it legally.
These cartels that I know, these niggas in the cartel that I already know of, you know what I mean? That I go out and I chill with and party with. These niggas here gonna come at me with a whole nother thought of protecting their peoples, because they know I got dibs on State House Senate, county councilman, federal state representatives that's in Washington for the state of South Carolina.
Yeah.
Boy, listen, they put me in a goddamn limbo mode. Cause I'm thinking, boy, like, yo, I don't think the government gonna give me 500,000 and 30 bricks. They can keep the bricks. They can keep the bricks. I just take the 500K. I just take the 500K. First thing that shit doing is going to my 2 14-year-olds.
Yeah, this is how they do it today. They give you the 500,000, and they
Yeah.
gave you
Another
ton of
500 to
euros.
make sure you did. After they make sure that you cool and you didn't really tell, you will get another 500K.
Yeah, you
You might get a little money every year for the rest of your life or every
yeah,
month.
you might even
You
get
know
you
what I
might
mean?
even get to come to a birthday party, quinceañera or something.
You talking about life changing moves right now versus you working for the government.
Listen, be nicer to Jerome, goddamn, Lil Pito. You got to be nicer to Jerome, because after January 6th, Trump says open season on you niggas. and look, I'm telling you, cartel niggas, listen.
They boys that want Kamala to make it bad now because they could have gone claiming this American Indian to try to claim some indigenous heritage, but y'all
That shit's a wrap.
Y'all dead.
All that shit's
Y'all ain't had enough. Y'all ain't had enough time.
Yeah, all that shit's a wrap. You ain't about to get none of that. If you ain't got none of this popping melanin, you ain't getting none of that.
You got to tie yourself back to where you came from, bro. That's it.
Right.
That's it. That's it.
That's right. You dig what I'm saying? It'll be all right. Y'all boys will get where y'all gonna have to get. Y'all just gonna have to
for those who are from those areas and do have family lineages within the states from old blood. I ain't talking to you. I ain't talking to you. I talking to these new era ones. These new ones that they created.
Man, what the trans Africans gonna do? They about to be hit. They playing themselves totally out the game.
They claiming their American.
Remember
they
now,
claiming their American Indian side.
They're eating the dogs.
They're what?
They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
That's a fact. No, I know for a fact that they eating the dog. You know what I mean? I'm in the bulldog community.
So he tagged,
what I'm saying?
I don't think you
they over there doing that in Nigeria today.
I don't think you're hearing me, Cosmo. He tagged them motherfuckers in the debate with that tagline. Them Haitian motherfuckers. Remember who was being whipped by them rains at Eagle Pass? Okay? Don't forget that. Now they might dangle Julio on your ass. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
You know misdirection, Cosmo.
Oh yeah, I mean, it would that just to back up what you saying is all the French-speaking Western Africans and the Haitians been coming up to Detroit. They come to Detroit and Chicago. The nigga-looking people come up here. Like they send the Mexicans and all them. They be in Chicago, all the other little sanctuary cities. We don't get a lot of the Mexicans. You dig what I'm talking about? In the Spanish speaking people, we get the French speaking people.
Right. That's why they was targeting the Midwest doing that shit with these terrorists and shit.
So many Africans up here, bro.
Michigan, Detroit, Wisconsin, and all that shit. There was like a hub for them to come in.
I'm saying these new niggas. You dig what I'm talking about? Since the pandemic, you dig what I'm talking about? I'm talking about these new niggas, man. It's so many non English speaking, French speaking Africans up here. So I know they from the West Coast of Africa because they speak French for the most part. So
yeah, they call it the Ivory Coast. Oh, I'm from the Ivory Coast. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Lagos, Liberia a lot, Nigeria a lot, Congo a lot. I've been seeing lately. So
and why is Dearborn so packed with Arab Muslim niggas?
Shit, that's the biggest that's the second biggest spot outside of the Middle East for Arabic people in the world is Dearborn, Michigan, southeastern Michigan.
And why Somalis so damn deep in Minneapolis? Ilhan Omar. Don't be surprised if motherfuckers knock on her door.
Because they put a lot of these people in certain spots. They populate the spot with certain people.
Yeah, it'd be programs.
It's the same thing. Yeah, exactly. Same thing that they did with the Mexicans on the south side of Chicago with the TRF. You did what I'm talking about. They brought in these Mexican aldermen, filled up the moved everybody, then put up new apartments and gave the fucking apartments to these immigrants, totally changing, at least bringing 2,500 people into every one of them zones, totally changing the voting dynamics.
Okay, so now, Cosmo, since you said that, now you done dropped TPS, temporary protected status. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs in Ohio, Springfield. Does that mean they know where these motherfuckers are?
No, not now. I've
They
heard
do not
two
enter
things. I've heard two
disbursement.
things.
But follow me for a second. I'm talking about there's two tiers to this. There's TPS, which he's trying to overturn and revoke. That's stirring motherfuckers up like the hillbilly elegy motherfucker, JD Vance. He purposely raised this supposed narrative of his home state and Springfield, Ohio. And then you have the waves of motherfuckers that they kept showing us on the goddamn jumping on train cars and shit. Remember that? The motherfucking caravans and shit.
Yeah.
So when they bust and flew motherfuckers, starting with the wheelchair, Hot Wheels down here in Texas and shit, you gonna tell me they don't know where these motherfuckers are?
Well, no, we know exactly where they are because we have what is called NGOs that who ordered the buses to go from Florida to Texas and from Texas to
so
Chicago.
now let's scientifically walk through this roundup, Cosmo. Cook, goddammit, Cook.
Mm-hmm.
Walk through the roundup, goddammit.
What you mean by walk through the roundup?
For the short bus, slow motherfuckers that don't seem to understand what's about to happen.
Okay.
Hold on now. You can't add. Hold on, Alabama. You can't add. Hold on. You can't add slow and short bus in a sentence together. Just because I'm on a short bus don't mean I'm slow now. That just means it's only a few of us that think alike.
TK said that helmet is just for accessories. He said his helmet got Louis Vuitton on it, whole ass nigga.
They said the short bus and the slow motherfuckers. I'm the short bus shawty, but I ain't slow now. I might listen a little slow, but I ain't slow now, Alabama.
Well, you gotta understand.
You already know I was about to say something when he said that. You bust out laughing.
It's a small city.
And you gotta understand there even with the depravity that our government lays out before us every day, you dig what I'm talking about? There's some things so horrible and things that are done and funded by our government that it doesn't want its hands necessarily in, right? So they get companies to act in their stead and they fund them. These are called non-governmental organizations. But the funny part is the whole entire quote unquote US government is a NGO and is operating in lieu of the true government that still stands. It can't fall. So they are operating. This is what the whole Reconstruction was about. Putting a facade over a building that already stood.
Mussolini style.
Fascist to its core. But we are capitalists. So at the same time, guess what? We eat our children. It's just par for the game. So you dig what I'm saying? What was we breaking down the topic though? Come on. We was just talking about
well, people don't believe this mass deportation.
The roundup.
Happen. Yeah, let's call it the roundup, just like the motherfucking cowboy, because that's what
the roundup.
Yeah.
This is a brand new OK Corral. You dig what I'm talking about? This kid, honestly, the war that could break out could be between militias and these Mexicans that's not trying to go home. You dig what I'm talking about? Ain't gonna even necessarily be between us, and y'all keep y'all nose up out of that and stay the hell up out of that, because I ain't got nothing to do with you. You dig what I'm talking about? But
unless you got baby daddies and baby mama,
because you know what you haven't heard. You done heard, it could be a civil war. It'll be black and white. But you know what they not worried about? You know what they ain't gave you a peep about? That was an even greater possibility, but they not even worried about it because they want to wipe them out. It's Mexican Civil War. They see playing the Democrats is dumb. You dig it? They just ignored that national polling, irregardless to wherever these people come from, whatever Spanish country they come from. Over 50% of them, irregardless, vote Republican. They stayed on that same track. And then these same Democrats giving them all type of benefits, cash benefits, schooling, cars, houses, all type of stuff. Even opening up the Second Amendment to them so they can carry guns. Right? And this is the Civil War they was worried about, but you ain't heard a peep from it from the white boys. Because they ain't worried about it. They ain't worried about them. They was worried about if you was gonna have a problem. Remember, Putin didn't set up and pre-plan that if Trump won, he had plans and set up stuff if the Democrats won. Let that sink in. He backed down his level of alertness, right? In the middle of a war. In the middle of a war, he backed down his level of alertness. But if the Democrats had won, it was going to rise because they was coming. They was coming. You dig what I'm saying? It was going to start World War III over some dumb shit. You dig what I'm talking about? That would have never even fucking happened had y'all just went with what Trump said with the oil pipeline in the first place. Now he got to get that back. Now he got to concede it. It was a dumb move. Putin don't give a fuck because he gonna get what he wanted anyway. You dig what I'm talking about? Putin don't give a fuck. But now you don't have an upper hand. Nigga, I already got it. You see what I'm saying? So it was a dumb move to even get in this Ukraine war. Give these nigga all, 300 some billion Alabama they done gave these people. Didn't they just give them another 60 billion?
and counting. And don't forget now, this is massive money laundering. See, what's always amusing to me is motherfuckers never look at the defense contractors. Where the fuck are all the blacks? Where's the Blackstone, BlackRock, Blackwater? Where since you black, blue black, blacker than black, Pan-African, trans-African motherfuckers, where the blacks at?
Right.
BlackRock, Blackstone, Blackwater, where they at?
Guess who just met with them? Zelensky.
He had to. Did you know? Hold on. When they this is what y'all need to stay current on. The guy who runs the bank
is getting killed. So these major figures is getting killed and getting dropped. Motherfucker getting bombed on a fucking scooter, getting blow up, and all this shit right here.
Cash App being stabbed. United Health being shot in the back on film.
And then another motherfucker getting shot, getting killed, and his back on fucking film. This shit is crazy.
No,
the
no, no.
higher up.
No, no, no,
This
no. This is
looks
not
like
crazy.
damage control to me. That's what I said yesterday. This shit seems
This
like
is not
damage control.
crazy.
I don't know.
This
It's
is
to
a
a bigger picture.
plan.
Go ahead, Cos. My bad. Go ahead.
This ain't crazy. This is a plan. Do you think that out of the 9 top cryptocurrency inventors and cash movers, like Zelle, what's the other one? Cash App,
Venmo, Cash App,
Venmo.
PayPal.
Do you think it? Then United Health, all the do you think it's a mistake that every single one of the cryptocurrency giants inventors has been wiped out by some crazy misstance? They don't exist. Listen, what I'm trying to tell you is they are bundling, getting every competitor out the way, buying him out, getting him out the way. They're going to release this crypto dollar. And the proof of it is what Joe the Boss just said. The guy for the Trump financial office, he met with BlackRock. Why? If you're talking about crypto.
Damn.
Why?
Is this
Because
monopolizing on a whole nother level, Cos? This monopolizing on a whole nother level, on a global scale?
Yeah.
That's what you saying,
I'm
bro?
trying to
Now,
yes,
hold on, Cosmo, because I'm going to gas both of you niggas up. You got a serious bill that you need to work on. First of all, BlackRock was a major, that goddamn meeting that he was going to, BlackRock is on the board of United Healthcare. Now, the 3 motherfuckers y'all need to write this down, OTK, write this down. BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. Put a pen in that. Now, remember Darth Vader?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When the last time you heard from Halliburton, Bechtel, or Aramark? You feel me, Cosmo? Good. Run with it, nigga. Yeah. Run with it.
What was it again? Vanguard.
BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. They just about control the boards of all the motherfucking Fortune 100 corporations. Check
they
it.
At the heads of the CFR.
Look at what boards they sit on all these fucking corporations. Then, put a pin on that, Bechtel, Halliburton, Aramark.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you 3. For example, put a pin on that. Northrop Grumman, Rockwell. Who else would you say was a major defense contractor? Go, run, nigga, run, Forrest, run.
Oh, they ass, oh, they ass, Alabama. I'm on their ass. Ain't nobody getting away with nothing, bro. If we can get it, we gonna get you. It's a new day, y'all.
Now imagine if we had enough sense, the American known as the Negro, and that's only 9 companies that I mentioned. And every one of them, you control them because they're operating on American soil. What does that mean? What does that mean, Cosmo?
They supposed to be paying taxes. They supposed to be paying taxes and taxes, not just taxes. They supposed to be sharing a profit of what they make.
But then hold on, they'll cry.
And we are the trustees. We are the trustees of the land. So they're leasing the land from us. Okay. Okay.
Hold on, Alabama. Is this why?
See, now I'm putting it all together now. I'm getting it, Alabama.
Hold on, OTK. Is this why tax statuses change? So I can generate more wealth. I'll give you a little bit over here to get a whole bunch on the back end. I grease them wheels. How I see fit. OTK, my boy now. But he got a little water thing. You dig what I'm talking about? Going down there in South Carolina. Well, then we need to drop the prices on PVC piping, metal fixtures. You dig what I'm talking about? And you dig what I'm saying? Maybe raise the price on delivered water from woo, 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 woo. You see what I'm saying? You see how that would work? Just a couple swipes of a pen.
Now, y'all think I'm just gassing you up. I'm saying this on a serious tip, OTK. If Lucky is willing to do this and not dick around, because I don't care who's going dibbling and dabbling in the stock market, if you give him to report back on BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, and all the corporations, the boards they sit on, do you understand what I'm asking y'all, brothers? The boards, just those three major corporations sit on, which are multinational entities.
Let's just break it down like this, Alabama.
Let me give you an example, bro. They actually are more of the controlling interest of ABC, Disney, Google, Apple. You feel me? Cosmo, I know you know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah. Now let's just break it down real simple. Because we gonna start where they at. We already know where they at. And if they don't know, let me just fill y'all in real quick. We're gonna start at the two biggest tables, which BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street dominate. Everybody else is under these guys, right? We talking about the CFR and the Bilderbergs. IMF, and the World Bank all must check in. Listen, if a company like BlackRock called in its debts, it would bankrupt the world. So imagine if three of them did it all together in 2029, what would happen to the dollar, to the petrol dollar, when you couldn't pay it back in actual currency? What would happen? Our country would go belly up, right? But just like it did in 1929, just 100 years ago. But y'all don't see that repetition. Cosmon, you just spooky. So when it is that the biggest owners and stock owners in what would be the new currency, crypto, are the same people who called in the loans. Sound like 1933 again to you too? Y'all think I'm making this shit up? No, I'm real observant.
I was thinking the same thing.
It's the same thing gonna happen. Did you have a pandemic in 1920?
I seen a newspaper clipping. I might be able to pull it up. I think I got it screenshotted.
We ain't even got to go there. It's as simple as this. Did you have a pandemic in 1920? Did what you had in 2020?
Well, the Spanish flu is parallel to World War I. So anytime between 1913-14 to the Red Summer of 1919. And what happened in the Red Summer of 1919? Well,
we ain't got to go too much farther than that. Let's go back another 100 years to 1820. Guess what was going on? Anybody want to guess?
Another pandemic.
Huh? Anybody? Hold on. Wait. Let's go back to 1720.
But don't forget to drop the name now. Indian Killer, Battle of New Orleans, 1812. Burned down the motherfucking White House. But go ahead, cook, Cosmo. God damn it, cook.
Yeah. What about the cholera explosion of 1720? They don't tell you about this shit. Why? Because you're going to start to say, wait the fuck a minute. Hold on. You had one 1720, 1820, 1920, and 2020. Nigga, you think I'm stupid. Something going on. And either you know about it and you using it to your benefit.
Now, Cosmo, I'm glad you saying it this way. OTK, did I not tell you they have one motherfucking playbook? earlier before you came on?
Y'all ever
History
heard?
does not repeat, but it does rhyme. Cook, nigga.
Y'all ever heard of the lockstep documents?
What is it about, bro?
It was supposedly written by these Rothschilds, and it was about the pandemics. It was telling about how there was going to be another pandemic coming, and they was going to use it to practice martial law and do little studies on the people. And it was a weird document, and it came out like in 2015.
No, I didn't see
That would
that
make
one,
that
bro.
would make sense because in 1922 you also will see the eugenics movement taking off, where these people start uh deeming people morons and they own
And you
people.
had the book in the
OTK.
1920s.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, brothers. Before I
Yeah,
go back in the
Alabama,
hunky
right?
hole. Hold on. Before I go back in the hunky hole, OTK, I need you to do this for me. Either you or Cosmo or both. I want you to Google The Economist magazine, 1988, and bring up that cover of an eagle, a phoenix. Actually, it was a phoenix with a pile of cash burning at its feet and a gold coin that looks exactly like the Bitcoin. 1988, Economist magazine. Pull that
Well,
cover up, bro, when you can.
well, remember the guy in 1929, and they always try to say it's Rockefeller who said this, but it wasn't Rockefeller. His name is Harry. Harry. He was a Jewish fella, but they always try to put it on Rothschild and them, but it's not him. And they end up killing this fella because he wrote a book. He did a piece in a newspaper, and the guy was end up writing a whole book about what he brought out, and it's about how they do the whole system dirty. You dig what I'm talking about?
Cosmon, I
And
want you to zoom that in and look at the predictive programming. You got it, OTK? Zoom that motherfucker in.
mm, 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 mm. But look, it got the fleur de lis
That
on his
damn
head.
sure, that damn sure is the that, and that bitch got a fucking French saint fucking
It's
symbol on
a
top of his
it's a fleur de lis.
yeah,
That's
fleur de lis
crazy.
French.
And,
Yeah.
and that's a
And
Deutsche
it's,
coin.
that is a Bitcoin symbol. Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
that's basically a Deutsche coin.
Mm-hmm.
And it
And
looks
this ain't
just like
get ready for
the
a
United
world
States
currency.
currency.
Can
Get the
Britain
fuck
keep
out of here.
booming? Takahashi comes to town. Investment banks pull back. Petrostroska's first test. The Bitcoin of the internet.
They talking about it in 88. If this ain't predictive programming. But remember, we had already had Behold the Pale Horse. You know what I mean? We had a whole bunch of, Black Deaths
But the
from
crazy shit is,
COINTELPRO.
bro, it like Alabama said, this a fucking phoenix.
With a fleur de lis on its head.
Yeah, this an eagle. You know, phoenixes are eagles, but they just a flaming eagle. Well, phoenixes are what? Fairy tale? Or what?
Hold on.
The flaming phoenix is fairy
My
tale, the one
thing
that
is,
has fire. But
what does
this
it sit
definitely
on?
looked like a fucking eagle with
That's a
with
phoenix.
with a fucking phoenix body. Right.
That's a phoenix, but that symbolizes America. You did what I'm saying. My thing is, the symbolism between the 7 crowns and horns of the
Now,
beast.
would the phoenix symbolize America, or would the phoenix symbolize the
Yeah,
French? Because it got the
no,
fleur de lis on it.
no. Why I'm saying it's America, because we know it's an eagle, but the purpose of the phoenix is that it is being reborn out of the collapse of something else. We see the money burning.
Right.
So it's saying the money going down, Bitcoin, WorldCoin going up. My thing is this: we know this is an understanding of overall freedom, and especially America. My thing is the symbolism between the beast across the waters that comes from the waters with the 7 crowns. My thing is a fleur de lis a 7-pointed object? You dig what I'm talking about? And it symbolizes, like you saying, OTK, something or someone or a process coming from that way, from France. You dig
Word.
what I'm saying?
Word.
Could
And
it be that?
that coin said 10 Phoenix too. The coin actually says 10 Phoenix. You're
Yeah.
right, Carl. That's what it was. We said it right. It's a Phoenix, but that's what Alabama where I said. But yeah, confirming it. Yeah, it does say 10 Phoenix, and I like how you said that. A Phoenix is an eagle coming out of something that was killed and is reborn. You know,
Yeah.
I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that. So now, are they saying that the French is being reborn,
No, I mean I'm saying
or the Saints?
could
It could
those
be Saints, right?
be like just like they're symbolic on the so-called beast, they're
Mm-hmm.
symbolic on the phoenix. What if they are,
Mm-hmm.
in a sense, laws? What if they represent like something strong, like a crown, like a law? You dig
What's
what I'm
fucking
talking
me
about?
up though? What's fucking me up is why does Phoenix got his head tilted down and the fucking fleur de lis is tilted sideways? It's
That's
like
what
it's
I'm.
pointing to a
And then what is
direction.
it standing on, OTK?
It's like
You see that point?
right, like it's
Who's
pointing to
behind
a
it?
direction. Like we coming to the west. We coming for y'all money. That you
That's
know what
what
I
it's
mean? We about
looking
to
like. It's
change
coming
our land.
west.
It's coming west, bro. And see, when I see this, I think about the New Orleans Saints because they got this on their helmets. We know that's the French symbol. And all the maps we look at, we know where the French been at because they left this fucking symbol. That shit look like he looking to the west. He's looking to the west. And he got his fucking head tilted like we coming and we bringing this new money into play. And people gonna burn y'all shit. Now this is
I'm
1988.
just saying, what if it represents what if it just represents royalty?
Yeah, that's what the
Thought.
Saints will be, right? Some of the
It
first
could be.
Saints that came from royalty, correct?
Correct.
So could this be some of the royal bloodlines that's coming back against the other royal bloodlines?
It makes sense.
Because we just was studying this the other day. Remember, we were just going through these shit, going through the
Wasn't
bloodlines
it?
of royal blood.
What about this, OTK? Wasn't it the French kings who named Philip?
Correct.
Huh.
This shit crazy. Damn, Alabama. This is crazy right here. I was nothing but 11 years old at this time, yo.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have.
This when they start first calling us African American.
I wouldn't even have no reason to motherfucking even look at this shit. Let us know 11 years old. Nigga been playing Nintendo running pad, dog.
At this time, I'm gonna tell you what was happening.
I'm
gonna tell you what was happening. Your boy had just got locked up for the Oliver North in the whatchamacallits. This is the very first year they start calling you.
What was that? Desert Storm?
No, Iran Contras.
Iran
They,
Contra.
they,
You
they
say
had
Oliver
just
North. Yes. My bad.
they
Yeah,
had
Oliver
just
North.
got
Yeah.
the first Bush in, got the first
Mhm.
Bush in office. This the first year they start calling you African American. You dig what I'm talking about? They
Mhm.
no listen, that shit was they had started talking about it like 86, but the first year they start calling us that, 88. You dig what I'm saying? So that's what the scene was. They was funding wars through Contra. This is your Rick Ross time. We smack dab in the crack era. 88 was out of control. Oh my God. I can't even tell. If you didn't live in it, you just don't know. You just don't know. Especially if you was coming up during that, it was a blessing and a curse. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
tell you that. It was a blessing and a curse.
We was coming out of fucked up time.
Yeah.
Kennedy, Martin, King, all of them been killed. Nixon got in the chair. Wingate scandal,
Reagan.
72. Then Reagan come in there with the drugs
Mhm.
against war against drugs, and all this shit right here. And
Don't
God,
forget Jimmy.
man,
Don't forget Jimmy Carter with Hood when he start moving niggas, taking
damn
niggas'
sure
houses
right.
and moving them to the hood.
You're damn sure right. You're
Yup.
damn sure right. He in
Tearing
between
down
stepping.
the last of your good land that you had, even in the cities, smacking highways over top of them, turning your last of your original roadways and waterways into highways.
Word.
Yep. And look, they number them. They got a whole little way they did it. If it's going north and south, and it was a waterway, right? It's gonna have a 5 on it, right? It's gonna have a 5 or a 7. If it's going like west, it'll go like 7, 9. It'll go that way. But if it's going east, it'll go 3, 1. You dig what I'm saying? But it'll be a 5. The number will go 5. If it's going east and west primarily, the number is going to end with an O. So, like, if you want to go to Cali, where you got to go to and you driving, you got to go on I-80. You dig what I'm talking about? 80. Let's say you going over the south or through the south, right? You're going east to west from Florida to Louisiana, Texas. Where you going on? You're going on 10. You see what I'm saying? So that's a good way to know if you on a waterway, if you on an old waterway, primarily east to west, but they do go north and south too, but primarily east to west, it'll have a 0 on the number. Just know that you riding on top of an old your old ancient waterway, a highway. They turned it into one for cars. It used to be one for canoes. My OGs had always told me that back in the day, it was so many waterways that you could go from the Atlantic to the Pacific and never touch the land. Years and years and years and years later, I get a WASPy and it say the exact same thing. But what it say is that me and you, our granddaddies, literally carved the waterways. So that means you got to know geometry, you got to know hydrodynamics, you got to know geopolymerization, because they saying not only did we level off the land and using plumb bobs and all this stuff to get the flow of the water, right? And so not only are we're terraforming, literally. They said the Mississippi is a man-made waterway, and they said at the bottom of it is what we would call quickcrete or hydrodynamic cement. You dig what I'm talking about? That keep water out. How would fucking Owaspie know that? And then in 1934, right? 60, 70 years after Owaspie was even written, nobody had even knew this. Why along the whole goddamn Mississippi, and especially all that stuff that come down from Tennessee on down to all the way to San Antonio, up to Rio Grande, all that has nothing but a layer of quickcrete at the bottom of that shit to hold water. Nigga, that shit is proven. 1934 geo surveys from the United States government. This shit been known. The question is, how the fuck it get there? You gotta make quickcrete. How I get there? I'm just saying.
I remember I was watching I was watching some shit. Motherfucker was trying to build a bridge, and they was digging down to put the studs in, and they ran against some concrete, and they was like, shit, they couldn't even lift that bitch up with a tractor, so they had to stop construction and dig around that shit, and seen that shit was a road, and somebody put that shit there. Like, that shit just couldn't been there by itself. I forgot where that shit was at, but they was trying to build a highway somewhere. A bridge somewhere, and they was digging down. I said, damn.
Concrete already there.
Already there. I'm talking about way down there too, dog.
But look what you said, OTK. You said, you didn't say it was rocks down there. You said it was concrete.
Yeah, it was a slab paved road, like paved. It was put together. That's why I said it was natural. It wasn't unnatural. When they saw it, they said, hold on, we got to stop, because this ain't unnatural. If it was unnatural, we would have been able to broke it up and pull it. But when they kept digging farther back, they see that motherfucker kept going farther back, so they had to stop.
Because they don't know what the fuck they looking at.
They don't know what the fuck they looking at. They don't know what's up underneath that motherfucker. Explosives.
I'm telling you, they don't
know, atmospheric pressure, ocean pressure. You know what I mean? Gases built up from being built on top of all of that time. They don't know that motherfucker. Boy, listen, when the earth say burp, that bitch is gonna burp.
I'm saying some of the greatest finds of this era is going to come from two places. One is going to be the Florida Pacific. They're going to find a sunken continent. Cosmon told you first. They're going to find a sunken continent, and I'm not talking about Zealandia. Zealandia is okay. Let me tell y'all this. Zealandia is just the southwest corner of this continent that we talking about. I'm talking about what the fuck is Hawaii sitting on? What is it standing on? Is it touching the floor? If it is, that means the floor was above the ground at one point. I'm telling you, they're gonna, many of what you think is a mountain is a building.
I hope everybody know that a fucking island is connected to the ground underneath the water. I hope they don't think it's floating. They got floating islands, but I hope people don't think like these islands that y'all be going to in these cruises and shit, that they're not stable down now. They're connected.
I'm gonna tell you the second greatest find.
Gotta look at it is what happened to the shit that was in between that connected them.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that is the shit that's in between that connects them is now the floor of the Pacific. It was once above the water. Now it's below. Now, and the second greatest find, that's gonna be the first greatest find. Cosmon told y'all first, in y'all lifetime, y'all gonna see this. They're gonna find the sunken continent of Pan. But the second greatest find, and we may find this first, but the second greatest finds is under the ground in America. The shit that is in between Canada, the US, and Mexico is crazy. It's underground. But wait till you see the goddamn rainforest. Cosmon told you first, you are going to find massive cities. And they so old, right? But what you're gonna find out even is they're built on even older cities. Ooh. I'm telling you, they gonna find everything that's green, right? In South America was once all laid out, plotted out land growing nothing but food. Massive, I mean massive kingdoms in the middle. Pyramidal structures, all that stuff. Way older than what they talking about. Way older. You dig what I'm talking about? And this is what they not understanding. These understandings of like Lemuria and Atlantis are just memories, genetic records of times of old. You dig what I'm talking about? Atlantis is a time. Lemuria is a time. And Lemuria or Pan predates what we would call Atlantis. Atlantis is more Younger Dryas, right? And Lemuria is more Laurentine Glacial Maximum. If you dig my drift. You dig what I'm saying? Nonetheless, both still on the proper timeline, falling right properly where they're supposed to be, 12,000 years apart from each other. Which, by the way, 12,000 years is called an era. Once you learn how to use the sun and the moon to tell time, these are some of the things that open up to you. Indians always knew this. Why you think they call America Turtle Island? Because the turtle's back is a perfect description of the moon cycle. It has 13 months that are the center part or the 13 sections in the back of a turtle, right? Those are the lunar months. If you go by 28-day counts, there are 13. This is why they got 52 weeks in a year. And in 4 weeks in a month, there were 12 months. There would be only 48 weeks. But we in America go by the moon. And you grab any turtle, except I think it is the leatherback. But almost every American turtle, you can grab it. It might be a terrapin, one terrapin that doesn't have it also. But every other one but the leatherback has 13 middle sections and 28 sections on the outside of the shell. Why that? Because that count, that lunar count, is called Tori. Thori. Tori. But that Tori, right, or turtle, tortoise, this is where they get it from, not because the goddamn continent looks like a turtle. That's stupid. First of all, you would have to have a machine to go up that high to be able to look down on the continent to see that it looks like a turtle. No. Tori is the most ancient name of America. Before it was named Guatemala, before it was named Algonquin, or it was named America. The oldest name, Tori or Torto, Tori, is the scientific method of the turtle count on the moon. This is why this is Turtle Island. Not no made up spooky shit about no Nijis and none of that crazy shit. No offense to my nigga Dang, but that's fake as fuck. Right? I don't call it Turtle Island for that. Nigga, we call it because we had the science of the turtle. It's the understanding of the moon and how to tell where you are in time. They lied about everything. And many of these niggas, they look up, y'all looking up to, lying too. They not even lying on purpose. They just regurgitating what they heard, and they hear some slick shit, and they'll just regurgitate that right back. Tori, Thouri, Tori. That's the most ancient name of America. I'm talking about 70,000 years before it was ever called America. You dig what I'm talking about? We got an ancient name. It's been called like since for the last 25,000 years. This place is called the Land of the Cross or Guatemala. I'm talking about 50,000 years before that. This was Tori because of the science that came from this place, the understanding of the moon. Right on the back of the Tori, the turtle. That's why they call it Turtle Island. And if you go to the temple of, I think it's the temple of Dundera that's in Egypt, dedicated to Isis. If you go look at the roof, they got the Tori written out, the turtle shell written out right on the roof. Where y'all get it from? If it's older here. A lot that they ain't telling us about America. It's a lot they not telling us. It's a lot that they don't even know. Telling you.
Word. Check this out real quick, cuz. Let's check this out, man. I found this, man. Let's say before Emmett Till, there was Alexander.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Chester Housing Project. So I know, Carl.
It's crazy.
I love. Let's check this shit out real quick.
He was silenced. He was executed. He was silenced.
Make sure I got it.
He was silenced. He was executed. He was beaten. He was beaten.
You'll see that.
I'm about to say, I know they didn't just start playing music.
We've got a great guest with us here today. We've got actually two great guests with us today. We've got the phenomenal artist, Marcy Morse, and got a guest there next to you, Marcy. Who do you have there with you?
Alexander is with us today. I'm going to bring him a little closer.
Marcy, I was out there with work. Steve, back in October 2022, when we started doing the work around the Alexander McClay Williams project, trying to get the courthouse named after him, I reached out to Marcy Morse. I had an idea about the picture that I had seen, and I'm gonna share the screen in a moment. The picture that we've seen so many times of Alexander McClay Williams, and let me go ahead and do it now. And I was so tired of seeing this same picture of this young man, this boy. He had to look a different way at some point in his life. He didn't always look like this. So I called up Marcy and I said, "Hey, Marcy, what do you think of doing a reimagined version of Alexander McClay on any other day besides sitting here with, this is District Attorney William McCarter was his name, in the hand of District Attorney William McCarter. And this is what we call a photo op. It's a staged photo op where you sit the criminal down in front of a camera, you take a picture, and you show him the weapon that he used." And so when I reached out to you, Marcy, you said, "Hey, let me give this some thought. Let me see what I come up with." And what you came up with, I keep saying phenomenal, is back there behind you. I had a chance. Steve, we've talked, you and I have talked a lot about Alexander McClay Williams. And I remember once you saying there's something about his name that makes you want to know more, makes you want to engage this situation. Before Marcy gets into her explanation, Steve, I'm curious, when you see the picture here from 1930, 1931, what comes to mind for you when you look at that picture, Steve?
There's just a depression about it. Unfortunately, I didn't see the picture until I knew a lot about Alexander and his case. So I had preconceived thoughts and ideas. But I think it would be a more honest observation if you were seeing this picture without knowing all of what I knew by then. So I don't know if I can give an honest observation, because I'm more the entire situation.
And so, Marcy, when you came into this, you and I talked today for a little bit, and you talked about not just putting the paintbrush into the paint and going to the canvas. You talked about what you had to do, almost who you had to become to do this painting. To act.
Is that his thing doing
Hey,
that?
Cos, was that shit chopping up, Cos?
Yeah. But I'm not sure if it was his or yours. I think his was chopping too.
How much? Do all of it?
If you run it back probably about 30 seconds, it
Okay.
starts chopping up like the last 30 seconds.
Okay, all right, bet.
You embrace this. And I have to tell you, as I was listening to you talk about it today, Marcy, I really hadn't given it a whole lot of thought that this would require a depth of you as an artist that a lot of people wouldn't appreciate. Talk to us some about, kind of what you were going through as you were seeing him come to life on your campus.
Sure. So when I first saw the picture of Alexander, we had a conversation where I thought that I didn't know the whole story yet, and I thought that what was in his hand was like a recorder or like a almost like a walkie-talkie thing, but like, I didn't realize that was an ice pick in his hand. It's because I didn't know the extent of the story yet. Okay, or if so it brought it's chilling what Alexander went through. I projected what my son at the age of 16 would be going through as a Black boy, as my son is. And so I, as a mom, knowing what like any mother is going through when her son is falsely accused of murdering and stabbing a woman repeatedly, the more details I learned and the more I looked at Alexander's photo, the emotions arise because you, as you had shared, you wanted an imagined portrait. What could his expression been before this time? And so I'll explain more about the choices that I made in the portrait, but just imagining him as sharing his innocence, and he was silenced, he was executed, he was beaten into submitting to a false a false confession.
So let's talk about some of those choices. I don't know what we can do to get him a little bit closer.
Sure.
Because I think there's some things that you pointed out to me today that are so important about the painting, the things that you decided to keep. And anybody who's looking at this right now can see, the similarity. You've got him wearing overalls. You've got him with the shirt kind of looks the same. So talk some, Marcy, about, let's start with his mouth. The mouth in your painting, as opposed to the mouth that we see in this mug shot.
So chose to have his mouth open to speak the truth. Imagining that he had the freedom to speak, and now we are sharing a story to speak his truth so that he has the last word in history. That is why that's why I have the mouth open. And I remember, Ulysses, I remember you suggesting, can you create the portrait with a smile? And I remember trying to paint the smile on him, and it just didn't feel, I couldn't get there with a smile, because it wasn't a smile. It wasn't a smile. It was him telling the truth, because there isn't we have the joy that that he was exonerated, but I couldn't. I felt that this felt more aligned with what I imagined. The other part of creating his portrait, the color. I mean, going from black and white to color. I don't have color reference, but I know how to work with colors, and I wanted to bring the color, the full color, to life, right? Because we're not in black, and we don't live in black and white pictures. We're all fully colorful. If we all saw it that way, we are all full of color.
You know, Marcy, as you're talking about what's in your head as a painter, I liken it to how an actor approaches a role. You get so glued to like that role's personality, and if you do it well, you can't really break out of it. And in this case, you know, you're doing a portrait of someone who's not, you know, not in a happy way, and it's like, wow, can I put a smile on that?
Oh, wait. Okay.
Me and Steve here, we're at Miss Susie's house. This is building community special. Steve, we're about to make the presentation. Okay.
Yeah, cuz you say you heard about that, huh? Wolf, what's going on? You say you heard about that, huh, cuz?
My bad. I thought my mic was open. Yeah, man. He was one of the youngest dudes to ever get executed, and he was so short at the time that they set him on some Bibles. You dig what I'm talking about? To electrocute that man, kill that man.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. Set him on Bibles. That's how the God feel about you. Crazy.
You say they sit him down on Bibles?
He was too short to fit in the electric chair. Set him on two Bibles.
That's crazy. And that was Pennsylvania. That was Pennsylvania.
Cold work.
Yeah.
Them PA motherfuckers still wish they could do that.
Cold work. It's been a lot of dirt that went on in Pennsylvania. You got to remember, that's one of the very first places the Protestants, the Germans, the Quakers, you know what I mean, Shakers. You dig what I'm saying? A lot of them went straight into Pennsylvania. William Penn and all them.
Right.
You know, but I can't say one thing about William Penn and them. They didn't own like no slaves, and when they was going to get slaves at the time, they was going to buy them to free them, because they got the lowdown from some other dudes that where they family was, so they went back to got the family. Shout out to the Quakers, man, who's putting that work in, man. A lot of black Quakers out here, especially in the,
check this out. Check this out, cuz. This South Carolina, bro.
George Stinney did the same thing.
His family them still around here today. His family them still around here today, dog. I know them. Yup. They move here to Goose Street. Yes.
Crazy, man. Salute to the
a lot of them boys pastors. A lot of them boys pastors. Yep.
Hey, what's this?
Unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul. O my God, do I trust in thee. Let me not be ashamed. Let not mine enemies triumph over me. Yea, let none that wait on thee be ashamed.
How you coming
Let
there,
me be
Junior?
ashamed which transgress without cause. Show
How
me
long
thy
before?
ways, show me thy paths. Lead me in thy
Son,
way. Teach me. For thou
you're
art
gonna be seeing some things that may not sit too well. When we get home, I got enough of that peach brandy for both of us.
according to thy mercy. Remember thou me for thy goodness' sake, O Lord.
This is evil. That's crazy. They didn't even put the thing on his head. None of that.
This will only last a moment. Think about it like you're leaping over a wide ditch. And when you land, you be in heaven.
Crazy.
Junior, I'll be jumping over a big ditch. Heaven's on the other side.
Is there anything you want to say? Any last words? I'm gonna come in and
Please, can we go?
Weird, right? Cause that shit is weird, right? You hear cause?
yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, man. So let's get the story behind. Well, let's get the story behind.
George
Uh,
Stinney, man.
yeah. Let's go ahead. Let's get the story behind him.
The execution of a young black teen made history in South Carolina. George Stinney was convicted and tried in a one-day trial. Decades later, his case was overturned, and it's now being used today as a lesson. Here's the latest on DBL's True Crime Chronicles.
They was just experimenting on niggas. They was just trying stuff.
George Stinney Jr. was a 14-year-old living in Alcula, South Carolina. He and his family lived in a very small, working-class mill town where white and black neighborhoods were separated by railroad tracks. It was March 1944. Two young girls, 7-year-old Mary Thames and 11-year-old Betty Binnicker, were found dead. Police were tipped off that the girls were seen talking to George and later showed up at his home and arrested him.
There was no real investigation done by the police. It was just assumed that either George Stinney or George Stinney and his brother committed this offense.
What happened next made history.
One of the most shocking things in the George Stinney case is he was tried by a jury of 12 white men. That certainly is not a jury of his peers. That's certainly not a cross-section of Clarendon County at the time, which was half African-American, half white. And here we have an all-white jury with his family not being allowed into the courtroom.
The trial lasted only 2 hours, and the jury had a 10-minute deliberation. George was convicted of murder and sentenced to death by electric chair. There were 70 years of silence. And then in 2014, George's case came back in the spotlight when his family pushed for a retrial and high school students started researching the case.
And I think for all of us in my class, it was kind of like a starting fire for us to understand more of what we had to do to get justice for anyone and us as well.
It worked. A new trial was granted and the verdict was overturned, citing fundamental constitutional violations of due process.
We don't know whether or not he did it, but that wasn't the issue. It was whether or not his constitutional rights were preserved, and they weren't, and that was clear. And the further I got into it, the more I saw just how obvious and blatant it was that he wasn't afforded his constitutional protections.
George's family hopes his story can be a lesson for today's society as protests rage on for racial equality.
It was a wrongful killing. He was too young. First of all, they didn't give him a chance. Look at stuff that's going on up here now. They didn't give him a chance.
Earlier, Al and I spoke with a reporter in South Carolina to learn more about this case. Take a look. We are joined by News 19 anchor J.R. Berry from Columbia, South Carolina. Thank you for joining us. George's case was overturned in 2014, but his story is still being used today as a lesson. Please let us know about that.
You know, what happened to George Stinney should never, ever happen again in an American courtroom. You know, we have laws on the books right now we didn't have back then, ensuring we have equal justice for blacks and whites. You may find this hard to believe, but way back in 1944, George Stinney was the only black person in the courtroom for his trial, which lasted not all of a day. Just terrible.
Well, you know, to that point, there have been questions for years of whether his original trial was fair. Many have said that he was forced to confess. Can you give us any background behind that?
You know, he was 14 when all of this happened, and his parents weren't even there for questioning or his trial. They actually had to flee Alcaloo on the day of his arrest because they were told that a lynch mob was headed to their home to hurt them. So they left. They never saw George again. He also, guys, didn't have an attorney for questioning, which has fueled speculation over the years that this young man confessed, perhaps in an effort to save his family somehow, that perhaps law enforcement made certain threats. But again, pure speculation by some who have followed this case over the years.
It makes my my skin crawl and my stomach upset for his family and 14 years old. Wow, what an injustice. Yeah. Now, it has been 76 years. So what is the general consensus in that community, that particular small community? Are they still split if George did it or not?
Well, apparently they're still split with passion, guys, because right now, most of the players who were around when all of this happened have passed on, but they do have family members who have survived, and Stinney's surviving family members to this day, and others in the community continue to believe in his innocence. But the girls' family members, the two victims in this case, they still believe he was guilty. So do others in the community, despite this judge basically saying Stinney did not get a fair trial and he didn't do it.
Wow. JR, we appreciate you bringing this case to light. A lot of people, I don't think, are aware of it, except for that small community. So thank you for the latest on this case. Yeah. And to our viewers, if you want to learn more, visit WLTX.com. You can also listen to the new podcast episode about George called An Execution in South Carolina. Just search True Crime Chronicles on your favorite podcast player. Thank you, JR.
Yeah, I know a lot of people would look at this like, why are you running a story about a 70-year-old case? Your name and your legacy is all you really have in this world. And being exonerated, even posthumously, is important. And especially just the right to a fair trial. And that's why we continue to go back and revisit history, so we make sure that we're not going to repeat it.
Well said. And the family did not give up.
That's
They
right.
Absolutely did not.
Crazy work, huh, Cos?
I ain't gonna lie though,
Joe
OTK.
Ball.
I thank the creator
Crazy,
every day.
man.
I thank the creator
Word,
every
right?
day that I was born in the time I was born.
Right.
You know what I
right.
mean? I was born just enough to see the rise and the fall and the rise. I'm gonna be able to see the switch on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, in
And,
between. We was born in that in
I couldn't have
between.
did slavery times. I couldn't have did Jim Crow. I couldn't have did.
I couldn't have did that shit neither. I would have been dead
I wouldn't
too.
have lasted 10 minutes in that world.
Motherfucker would have been showing me on the show right now.
Man, they'd have had a mass murdering spree unsolved in Detroit, Michigan, on police and fuck niggas, because it would have been a whole bunch of killing. Them days when wasn't no fingerprinting and wasn't no cell phones and cameras everywhere. Listen, man, I'd have been a problem. I'd have been a problem.
See what's
Good,
up.
like my dog say, good word. I'd have
Good
been
word.
a problem. I couldn't have lived at that time. I couldn't have lived in that time. I'm not out of that, man. I thank the creator every day for that, bro.
Where you gotta put that shit on.
I
You gotta put that shit on the good word, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy though. How they okay, let's look at this real quick. This one right here gets a little more in depth in it, man. I'm gonna try. In the meantime, I'm gonna try to find something on that first one we looked up. With that first one we looked up with your boy that came before in Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
but this some more. This a little better into it. This actually show like some pictures of the girls and all that shit. So let's check this out, y'all.
How many ads you have to scroll through.
Today we'll be looking at a case from the mid-20th century. So sit back as we go to the USA. Alcaloo started as a small community some 90 miles from Charleston, and by 1890 had established itself as a mill town. Many people who live in lumber mill as the years passed.
That shit that stopped playing, cars.
That was a.
Did that shit that stopped playing, cars? Huh?
I said that was an interesting picture.
Oh, it was playing, cars? Was it playing?
Yeah, it was.
Okay,
it was
okay,
like,
okay. I thought it wasn't playing, man, because I seen.
Go back, show that first little picture again, OTK. Yeah. Horse and buggy.
I got you, bro. All right.
Today we'll be looking at a case from the mid-20th century. So sit back as we go to the USA. Alcaloo started as a small community in South Carolina, some 90 miles from Charleston, and by 1890 had established.
That's an interesting picture.
Yeah. Look at the hills. Look at the power lines. You know what I mean? Look at the
It
building
sure looks
construction.
dusty and muddy. The houses
Yeah,
look
this
a
in
little
South
crooked.
Carolina.
This look like
This is
something happened.
yeah, this is outside of no. So remember I kept telling everybody about Charleston is swampland. All of that shit used to get flooded and be underneath water. So now you seeing dirt being brought in and they building hills and roads to try to be elevated. So do you see this house right here to your right, bro?
Yep.
This house is look how high this house is built up.
It's leaning.
This is the house right here. This is the house at the top. It's built up on floor because all of this right here is swamp. When it rain, that shit get flooded. Yeah, and listen, you see the power lines. They got the power lines running, all that. But what's crazy is that right now today in Charleston, these houses are still built on a slant because of the flooding. What happened is the Charleston Harbor used to flood. No matter how much water, man, they done built Charleston on top of each other damn near 5-6 times, bro. Where this shit got a road and a path. Damn. Look like they carved this shit out of the middle of nothing. Out of
Them
the middle of
houses
trees.
look old as dirt.
Yeah, they old as fuck, cuz.
But what I'm saying is, like, from the time
They
of
look older than 1944.
That's 1944. Ain't no
George
way that's
Stinney was
1944.
No, George Stinney was 1944, so it would have to be he got executed or whatever in 1944. So this will have to be before that because I think they're describing the time. So this
That
is
look
anywhere
like
before
1800s right there,
1944.
bro. That look crazy. How old is that? Look how old that shit is, bro.
I need to find a way how to photo crop this and crop this and find the picture.
Yeah. And is that a nigga on a buggy with a neck? Who is that nigga on that
Oh
neck?
yeah. That's a nigga right there. Shit, that's
Who's that
and look
nigga
how
on that neck?
yeah, look at that nigga right there. Oh, that girl, that female over there, in all black, dressed up.
Yeah.
Well, you know, oh, man. All right, this shit crazy,
crazy.
but okay.
Man,
Let's see what they
how
say,
old is
Cos.
them houses, bro? This is crazy.
I don't know. I'm gonna try to find out for you though, bro.
Man, bro, that they didn't build that, bro. Ain't no white folks built that, bro.
No. This ain't no white town. This is like a they call it an African American town.
Well, okay, well then, how do you got all them buildings already that old?
In
If
1844.
you supposed to be slaves in the 1800s, ain't got nothing, can't read, can't do shit.
Correct. And see, that's what causes the conflict because when I brought out that book, South Carolina up underneath Negro rule, the government in the 1890s, it makes sense. Like these motherfuckers been running shit. But if we look at the slave narrative, it don't make sense. You feel me? You feel me, Carl? That shit don't make sense. This don't go along with the slave narrative.
I sure don't.
This go along more with Negroes being in rule and being in power in Charleston. And this is, they say, I want to make sure I get it right, but they say this is located right outside of Charleston. So I will find out what's the name of this town today. So
They said Alakula.
Alakula? That's the Indian name.
Yeah.
Hey, I just backtracked that photo. It says Cascal, Wisconsin.
Cascal, Wisconsin?
Yeah, it's on Wikipedia.
What year, bro?
So why would they show Wisconsin and South Carolina?
Because it's a picture.
Hold on. Let's see what this motherfucker say real quick.
From the mid 20th
What year, Joe the Ball?
century. So sit back as we go.
Oh, let me go
The
check.
USA. Alcaloo started as a small community in South Carolina.
Calusa. A la Calusa. Would they be a mix between the Alabama and the Calusa people?
Yeah, the Altima. You know, you got the Altimas too, like the Altima mountain range or whatever like that in this area too now. ALATAMA, something like that. Alatamaha. But okay, so he's just showing this picture just to show a small town of people. That's what I'm getting now.
It's from Wisconsin.
Alcaloo started as a small community in South Carolina, some 90 miles from Charleston, and by 1890 had
Alacaloosa. That's what he said, OTK.
Allah. That shit just say it's an old postcard. It don't even say a date.
Allah means God of earth. All and the sounds means of earth.
What's Calus?
Period. Calusa, I don't know. But all and is two words, meaning God, all.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
Of the earth.
Okay, I'm thinking about it, right? He said 90 miles from Charleston. So the way that Charleston sits, it only got it got 4 directions to go, but its back is against the water.
Yeah. So you ain't going east. You going north, south, or west?
You can go east. East will take you up towards North Carolina.
Well,
which would be like Georgetown. 90 miles, you would be in 90 miles from Charleston. You would be in fucking Myrtle Beach, dog. You'd be damn near in Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Yeah, that's north.
You'd be like an hour away. No, that's not really north. That's like from the beach. Yeah. But see, we got multiple directions to go north, right? So that's like north. That's like northeast. That's the farthest northeast we can go because that's the beach line.
I mean, you would took 95 straight down there. You going north or south?
Northwest will take us to Columbia, Orangeburg, Columbia.
Yeah,
that would
but
north from us will take us straight to Columbia. See, it's weird how they explain it, man. But you know what I mean, because we got all these fucking islands and shit. So we be jumping bridges. So we be island hopping with these bridges. You know what I mean? And you got an island hop to get to Myrtle Beach. No matter what,
you can ride the coast north and south on 95.
Right. So 95 take us parallel. Boom, boom. Yep. Up and down. We can go all the way to New York. We can go all the way up to the farthest New York, 95. We can go all the way down to the farthest south, 95. Then we got 85 too that take us on a slant.
Yeah.
Which is Charlotte and shit like that. That's why I say north, that would be like considered northwest. But it would be also man, that shit is crazy though, man. It's crazy how to
on 85, slow, taking it easy. I don't want to.
So 90 miles. Let me think of the areas real quick. You would be in Arwindale. You would be all in that. You'd be Georgetown, like I said, damn near Fayetteville, Myrtle Beach, Conway, Andrews, Moncks Corner, St. Stephen's. You would be in Georgia that way. You can hit Georgia, Savannah. You hit Savannah in 90 miles. You be in Georgia in an hour and a half. You in Savannah. You go up that way. You go towards Baptist. You go towards Greenville, them boys. Going towards UCAS. Like if I want to come to UCAS, I will go that way to be in the Greenville. So that would be Asheville, North Carolina. Damn near Asheville, getting close into Asheville, North Carolina.
Yeah, you be Western North Carolina.
Yeah, right. Going to Asheville, Kentucky, Tennessee, boom, Indiana, into Chicago. That's how I travel that route. Damn, that's crazy, dog. I want to know which direction they going. But with that ALA on some real shit, I know that's going towards Florida.
I think it's going like southeast. I mean southwest. Southwest towards Alabama.
Florida, Alabama, Georgia, all of that. The reason why I say that is because we got the Altamaha in Georgia.
You got the Appalachia, you got the Alabama, you got all of them, the names and them looser names too is in that region.
Right. So we got all the ALAs going out that way, man.
Going that way. So it makes sense.
So that would be the way.
Towards Georgia, Alabama, towards the Gulf that way. If it was going that way, it would make sense.
It would make sense. Right. Swamplands. It would definitely make sense. Definitely. This would be a fucking bridge today, probably. Let's go.
South Carolina, some 90 miles from Charleston, and by 1890 had established itself as a mill town. Many people who lived there did so in company housing, while employed at the Alcaloo lumber mill. As the years passed, the business expanded, and Alcaloo welcomed additional mills into the town. They introduced a hotel, a company store, and several schools and churches. By 1940, a few thousand people called Alcaloo home. One such family was the Stinneys. Father George Sr. worked at the town sawmill, a job that allowed him and his family to rent a modest company-owned house, to the side of which was a chicken coop. And at the back was the family's solitary cow that the children were responsible for caring for. George Sr. and his wife had 4.
The crazy shit is, dog, you wouldn't even find no fucking trees that big like that no more. You will have to go in untouched land. Did y'all see how big that fucking tree is? Look how big that fucking tree is he's sitting on. Boy, them some big ass fucking pine trees, boy. And he got pine and oak.
And they cut. Yeah.
Boy, them some big motherfuckers. Boy, hell yeah, them some big ass trees. And right now to this day, cause you got a piece of property, you got pine trees on that bitch, them bitch will pay you to come get them.
Sure will. Any of that good hardwood. Any of the good hardwoods, they're coming to get them.
Yes, sir.
And the only reason they got that many trees on the back of their truck is because they already cut down the big ones that was bigger than that.
Shit, those might be the fucking top of the big ones.
Nah, the Florida trees and them trees in Cali, them shits was that same size, one tree trunk.
Yeah. Them redwood trees, something.
The redwood's way bigger than that.
Yeah. I did a show on them, dog. They actually made fucking roads through them fucking trees. Yeah.
Yeah, them shit's crazy.
Yeah. That's a whole nother level. The redwoods is a whole nother level. You know what I mean?
So
I ain't gonna lie to you.
Just...
They gave us the name. They gave one part of my American Indian tribe chieftain the name Etowah, which meant people of the pine trees. Buchewe meant people of the water. You know what I mean? That was my other half. They came to Goose Creek and mixed in with my people called the Buchawi. You know what I mean? Or Buchawa, however you want to pronounce it, meaning people by the water. So they took that name and incorporated when they came up with the name Goose Creek. Goose Creek really means place by the water. But I dig into that a little deeper sometime. But let's go.
Side of which was a chicken coop, and at the back was the family's solitary cow that the children were responsible for caring for. George Sr. and his wife had 4 children together. George Jr. was the eldest. Then came Charles, followed by Catherine, and the youngest was called Emmy. Mr. and Mrs. Stinney were strict, hard-working parents who raised their children to be responsible and diligent. Everyone was expected to contribute to keeping the home clean and the animals cared for. And although George Sr. did not earn very much money, he always made sure that his children had everything they needed. Typical of many small southern towns at the time, black and white residents lived very different existences. The train tracks that ran through Alcaloo formed a dividing line between the two parts. In the 1940s, the Jim Crow laws were still in effect in South Carolina, which legalized segregation. The Stinney children attended a segregated school, and George Sr. made it clear to them that they were not to cross the tracks, something they took seriously and didn't seek to defy. On Sundays, the family would make their way to the Green Hill Baptist Church, which was located nearby. The weekly routine was a cherished tradition, as church was not only a place for worship, but also a vital social and cultural centre for the black community. As there was so much racial segregation and discrimination, the church was able to provide a sense of belonging, support and unity. It was somewhere where families could gather, share their experiences, and find solace in their faith, away from the harsh realities of life. For George and his family, these Sunday services were like a source of strength and community, helping them to maintain their faith and dignity in the face of the very difficult circumstances they faced. Friday the 24th.
And them niggas got a tank?
4th of March 1944 began like any other day in Alcaloo. The weather was mild and pleasant, with the sun shining brightly overhead. Spring was in full swing, and the first blooms of the season dotted the landscape. The town was surrounded by lush greenery, creating a peaceful and refreshing atmosphere. 14-year-old George Jr. and his 7-year-old sister Emmy had finished their day at school and were tackling their daily chores. Top of their list was taking the family cow out to graze just in front of their house. It was a simple routine task for them, one they did very regularly. Meanwhile, not too far away, 2 other children had set off from their homes after finishing their own school day. Unlike George Jr. and Emmy, chores weren't on their agenda. 11-year-old Betty June Binnicker and 7-year-old Mary Emma Thames had their sights set on a carefree afternoon of adventure, determined to track down some maypops, bright, fragrant fruits of the purple passion flower, which grew wild along the edges of the train tracks. The girls had one bicycle between them and took turns in riding it. Their laughter echoed in the warm breeze, but their hunt for the elusive maypops had stretched longer than expected. As time passed with no maypops, they neared the train tracks, where they spotted 2 children in the distance, a boy and a girl who stood watching over a lone cow grazing in the field. Without a second thought, the 2 young girls crossed the train tracks and went up to the children to ask them if they knew where they could find any maypops. George and Emmy, probably wanting to keep the conversation brief, simply replied that they did not. Then they went their separate ways, with Betty June and Mary Emma leaving in high spirits, while George and Emmy finished grazing the cow and went back to their house just as the sun was setting. That evening, while at a neighbour's house, the family received news that had been steadily spreading across Alcaloo. 2 young girls, Betty June Binnicker and Mary Emma Thames, hadn't returned home that evening, and people were out looking for them. George Jr. looked over to his father and mentioned that he and Emmy had seen the girls that afternoon. He described the interaction, and George Sr. thought it might be useful in the search. Going exploring was a common pastime for young Alcaloo residents, but the girls knew what time they needed to be home, and when they failed to return, panic set in. and a search was launched. Townspeople, police officers, and volunteers scoured the woods, fields, and nearby swamps, retracing the girls' possible steps. As darkness fell, lanterns and flashlights lit up the rural landscape, casting eerie shadows over the search efforts. The quiet town, where nothing much ever seemed to happen, was suddenly plunged into fear and uncertainty. Hope was still high as the sun rose on the Saturday morning. Surely the girls would turn up with a strange but harmless story of what had happened. Maybe they had simply got lost in a part of the woods they weren't familiar with, unable to find their way back before dark. However, at around 7 a.m, a group of men who were searching on the side of town that was occupied by the black residents made a grim discovery. One of them had noticed faint footprints, small and delicate in the soft muddy ground, footprints that undoubtedly belonged to a child. The men had then pressed on, scanning the area more carefully. One of them found a pair of scissors in the dirt, and they were aware that Betty June had carried scissors with her in order to cut the maypops. As they moved deeper into a neglected patch of land near a waterlogged ditch, something else caught their eye. A bicycle, barely visible beneath the tangled bush. A closer look revealed that the bicycle wasn't the only thing in the water. Lying on their backs were two girls, who the men instantly realised must have been the missing children, Betty June Binnicker and Mary Emma Thames. One of the men jumped down into the ditch, praying against all odds that the girls were still alive. But as soon as his hand touched the cold skin of the first girl, that hope was shattered. They were both dead. Their small bodies bore the signs of brutal violence, their heads marked by severe trauma inflicted by a blunt object. Their bodies were taken to Dr. Ashbury Cecil Bozard so he could perform an examination. After completing his assessment, the tragic circumstances surrounding the girls' deaths came to light. Mary Emma had a jagged cut above her eyebrow, alongside a significant head injury that had ultimately led to her demise. In Betty June's case, the focus of the attack had been on the back of her head, where she had sustained multiple blows. Dr. Bozard noted that it was a level of trauma that he had never encountered before. Back at the Stinney's home, George Jr. and his older half-brother Johnny were spending time together before Johnny had to go off to report for military duty. In the front yard, Emmy kept herself entertained with a young batch of chicks that had recently hatched. Her brother Charles and sister Catherine were away, as were their parents, but this was a good way to pass the time. So focused on what she was doing, Emmy didn't notice the two cars cruising down the streets. Before she knew it, they'd pulled up beside her house, and a group of white men exited. They were dressed in uniform and seemed to know exactly who they were looking for. They walked right into the Stinney home through the back door. Emmy knew something very bad was happening, so she rushed into the chicken coop, cowering amongst the hens. She watched as the men emerged with her brothers, George and Johnny, both in handcuffs. She then saw as George Jr. was loaded into one of the cars and Johnny into the other. The situation escalated rapidly. Mr. George Stinney Sr. was fired from his job at the local sawmill, and as rumours of a lynch mob began circulating, he and his wife decided to leave town with their 3 other children, seeking refuge at a relative's home in Pinewoods, about 20 miles from Alcaloo. Mrs. Stinney wept throughout the journey. Later that evening, Johnny was released and then left on the side of the highway to find his way home. Meanwhile, George was interrogated alone, with no family or legal representation. Clarendon Deputy Sheriff H.S. Newman and Governor's Office Representative S.J. Pratt grilled him while other law enforcement officers searched for Stinney's home for evidence. They found nothing, but after an hour of interrogating George, Sheriff Newman emerged, claiming that the boy had confessed to the double murder. However, he had no way to back this up, not even so much as a transcript of the alleged confession. Even though there was no actual proof, nor any evidence tying him to the crime, 14-year-old George Stinney was kept in custody while the sheriff's office organised a coroner's inquest. The inquest was held on the 29th of March and reflected the same inconsistencies that had been used since the arrest. A man named Mr. Giles served as a jury foreman. This was very strange, as he should only have been called as a witness at a possible trial, but certainly not given the role of jury foreman. The inquest did not last long, and the jury swiftly recommended that the prosecutor proceed with sending the charges against George Stinney to a grand jury. Bizarrely, George Burke yet again was involved, this time serving on the grand jury itself. Before the trial, George's mother was allowed a brief visit with him. During their emotional meeting, the young boy tearfully admitted how terrified he was, insisting he hadn't committed the crime he was accused of. But the legal process moved quickly. A special request to expedite the trial was granted, and shortly afterwards, the jury selection was completed. Just 31 days after his arrest, 14-year-old George Stinney found himself in court, seated before the judge at the Clarendon County Courthouse. He was totally alone, with no family or supporters by his side. George was represented by a court-appointed attorney named Charles Plowden. However, Mr. Plowden wasn't a criminal defence attorney. He was actually a tax commissioner with political aspirations, hoping to secure election to local office. The prosecution's presentation of the case was brief. In addition to the testimony of 3 police officers, they called only 3 other witnesses. Reverend Francis Batson, who had discovered the girls' bodies. The prosecution also presented 2 conflicting versions of George's supposed confession. In one, they said that George had claimed that the girls attacked him after he had tried to help one of them out of a ditch, and this led him to kill them in self-defense. In the other version, he supposedly confessed to following the girls, attacking Mary Emma first, and then turning his attention to Betty June. However, when it was Mr. Plowden's turn to present a defence, he made no effort to do so. He didn't contest the validity of George's alleged confession, question the lack of evidence, or address the rushed proceedings and the police's failure to investigate other possible suspects. Instead, Mr. Plowden remained silent and called no witnesses, not even George's little sister, who could have offered an alibi for his whereabouts during the murders. In fact, Emmy had never even been questioned by the detectives. The entire trial lasted for just 2.5 hours, and when the all-white jury was sent out to deliberate, they did so for less than 10 minutes before returning with a verdict. George Stinney Jr. was found guilty of the murders of Betty June and Mary Emma. Judge Philip H. Stoll then sentenced him to death by the electric chair. George's family tried to appeal to the governor, Olin D. Johnson, for clemency, but they were unsuccessful. Various churches and the NAACP also lodged appeals. Campaigners pointed out that just a month earlier, a 16-year-old white boy from Island in South Carolina named Ernest Edmund Feltwell had pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. In the U.S. District Courts, he was charged with a murder that took place in December 1943 of an 8-year-old girl in South Carolina's capital city of Columbia. During his trial, he claimed that the killing was accidental and that he had no intention of taking the girl's life. The prosecution had alleged that the boy had murdered the young girl while attempting to assault her. Just prior to entering his plea, Ernest Feltwell signed a confession in the presence of his court-appointed attorneys. Originally, he'd entered a not guilty plea, but his defence team informed the court of his decision to change his plea to guilty for second-degree murder. On sentencing, Judge J. Waits Waring handed him a 20-year prison term. He then explained that modern institutions aimed at rehabilitation, assuring the boy that he wouldn't be placed with hardened criminals and that he would have the opportunity to learn a trade. Judge Waring also mentioned that Ernest Feltwell could be eligible for parole after serving a
That's crazy that they mentioned Judge Waring, right? Because when I was doing another show when about Thurgood Marshall, when he came to South Carolina and was helping and was somebody's lawyer in South Carolina, they was with Judge Waring. And after this case with Thurgood Marshall and them boys like that, this judge and his wife where he actually left his first wife and started talking to another lady and ended up marrying another female. He started writing books about how race was a problem, like he didn't know. Yeah. I did something on that.
Third of his sentence,
Word.
providing his conduct justified it. Of course, this was very different to the treatment of young George Stinney. All the appeals were denied, and George's parents were allowed just one visit before his execution at 7:30 a.m. on Friday the 16th of June 1944, less than 4 months after the crime occurred. 14-year-old George Stinney Jr. was executed.
Crazy shit is, he ain't the only boy there. Shit, that's another little boy right there too. This shit crazy.
It was every bit as horrific as you might imagine. George was small for his age and didn't fit properly in the electric chair. To try to alter this, a Bible was used to prop him up on the seats. He then had his arms and legs and body strapped.
Huh, Cosmon? Ain't that what you said they did to the other dude? They put Bible so he could lift up? This dude was 14, 1944 in South Carolina. What year was old boy in Pennsylvania?
It was before that.
Before that, so they did the same shit. Put his ass on a stack of Bible.
Now, you notice if this is the little 14-year-old in the back holding the book, right?
Right here,
the
right?
Little boy, right here in the back, right? The second guy.
That might be a picture of him and his brother when they first got locked up. Might be, but no, they say they let his brother go. So,
my thing is,
go ahead, Carl.
That's him in the back. That's him in the back. The dude with him is younger than he is. Look at the height difference. If he's 14, how old is this dude here?
13, boy. I'm looking at
11,
the height differential between them and white people. I'm looking at the height differential between them and the white people. Like these little ass boys, man.
Yeah, they're 11, 12, 13 years old, 14 years old. It's cold, dude.
That's crazy.
When asked if he had any last words, George politely
crazy
replied,
part is ain't
"No,
too much
sir."
changed.
My bad, Bubba. I didn't know you was gonna keep on going. You say
No, I was just saying the crazy part is ain't too much change, man. Still got our young boys locked up in that thing.
All right, let's go. There you go, guys. Let's go to this.
Same shit, different. SSDD. Same shit, different day.
A strap was placed over his mouth and a tear began to flow. The mask was then put over his face, despite it being far too large. Following his execution, 14-year-old George Stinney was buried in an unmarked grave at the Calvary Baptist Church Cemetery in Lee County. The execution made national headlines and sparked widespread outrage, but nothing ever came of it.
All right. That's all I needed right there. They said, and buried in Lee County. All right. So that's like going towards Atlanta. Like if we want to cut across from Charleston and go towards Atlanta, Alabama, something like that, rather than going down to Florida, we'll cut it straight across the state of South Carolina. So like you said, southwest, we would be going southwest from Charleston. So when does he say Lee County? So right now to this day, dog, Lee County holds all the lifers that ain't never getting out in all age groups. I don't know if y'all have seen the big Lee County riot. It wasn't a riot, but it was a Lee County stabbing that had hit the news, and I think it's going viral. because somebody had recorded them boys been fighting and getting stabbed up on the film. So what they found out is that Cosmon, check this shit. Certain people doors was being left unlocked for them to come out.
Yeah, it ain't no mistake.
Right. And they supposed to be shutting this motherfucker down, tell you the truth.
If y'all know that, well, yeah, that place down there is crazy, and they got a crazy joint in Alabama too. But if anybody who been behind them walls, who know, man, ever been in a riot, man, you know the police play their part.
They play their damn part.
They play their part, bro. And,
they don't come in. They don't come in until a certain time,
or they start the shit and leave.
Right.
Let niggas kill each other.
How they let certain doors unlock. You know what I mean? Like
now they can say one thing.
The boys who was filming couldn't even get out because one of them boys, homeboys, then was in the altercation, and they couldn't film. They couldn't get out, but all they could do was film that shit, and they sent it to some family members, and they got to me. You know what I'm saying? And man, that shit was crazy.
That's one thing they talk that shit, OTK. But I'm gonna tell you, that's one thing about them moles. Up here in Michigan, bro, they be setting it off. Every riot, and I've been in 3. Well, 2 of the 3 riots I ever been in, you dig what I'm talking about, was set off by the moles, and they was butchering cops. I mean, butchering them. They wasn't even going after. They was going after the police, butchering these boys, man. They butchered a cool cop named Box. Man, set that nigga up because they grabbed the girl first. They grabbed the girl and pulled her into the little thing. So when knowing or that nigga was gonna try to play super cop, he ran in after him, man. They butchered that nigga. They had a real jerk, man, named Jeffries. Man, they threw a blanket party on that nigga. Literally threw a blanket on him, snatched him in the room, locked and socked this nigga, bro. They were just beating him, and then they threw him over the second tier. He ended up breaking his back. They butchered the girl. And it happened in multiple units all at the same time. And we was in gladiator school. So it wasn't nothing but young cats. You dig what I'm talking about? The little young Mo niggas, they was not playing. They was not playing. Butchering niggas. That's the first time I'd ever seen one of them little you ever seen one of them little they like a little truck, but it got 6 wheels. It got 2 wheels in the front and 4 in the back.
Yeah.
But it was a gurney. It was a gurney, nigga. They had to drive, man. They brought the horses in. Listen, man. These niggas was not playing. And they was carrying them niggas out on them little mobile gurneys. That was the first time I'd ever seen one of them. Man.
Let me ask you this, guys. Who do y'all call moles in Detroit?
Yeah, the more Science Temple.
All right, because in DC they be saying mole like as a term,
right? And in the Chi they say mo.
And in the Chi, but we know them the black. If I'm not mistaken, we back when I was coming up. If I'm not mistaken, we accumulate the mold to the black pea stones.
Right, but in a sense, they still Moors.
Okay. Well, they would be more. They would, yeah, but El Rufus, right. El Rufus, right. I got you. Not at its core, not at the beginning, but after.
No. It would be
Right.
El Rukins,
Captain El Rukins, right.
you know,
Right.
stuff like that.
Okay. All right. That makes sense now. Okay. Word. That's what's up. But shit, Carl, man, I ain't gonna stay on too much longer, man. You know, Smoke
Yeah,
Live. I've
man.
been on for 5 hours, man. I just came on and did a little build. We did have a good reading, man, but I'm a jump right back into that shit tomorrow. I'm gonna do some more of the volumes tomorrow, man. You know what I mean? Of that
Yeah,
reading.
just
If you
piece it
can't,
out,
go
man.
back
You
and
know what I
check the
mean?
beginning. Yeah, go back and check the
That's
beginning
one thing
part
I
of
had
it.
to learn too. You know what I mean? You can't give them too much all at once. You gotta give the babies juice. You can't even give them fruit. You gotta give them juice.
Laws and slavery and shit like that, and it was talking about like property of wives and widows.
Yeah.
And how they was dealing with it and shit like that. And man, dog, by the time we got the article number 5, act number 5, or process number 5 in that shit, dog, that shit was serious as fuck. It was like, hold on. And the shit that I was saying, it's in 1705 in Virginia, and it goes hand in hand with the 1740 Act, Negro Act of South Carolina.
Yeah.
Where it became a doctrine for some of the shit that's in this shit became a doctrine. That shit be heavy, man. So anytime I go live, all you gotta do is check your email. The automatic link always in your email.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. Well, go ahead, man. Joe the Boss, you still here with us?
Yeah, I'm here. My fault, I was eating.
Oh, okay. Where y'all boy, Joe, you want to go ahead and close out, man? Yeah, man, shit.
Yeah, man, I'll holler at y'all niggas next time y'all on. It was a good build. Definitely want to dive into that.
Did you find it yourself? Was you able to pull it up yourself?
Yeah, I found that.
Okay, yeah, definitely. I'm
Remember
gonna read
earlier?
over it. I just got it today, so I'm gonna read the motherfucker over a little bit more tonight, and I'm gonna read it some more in the morning before I go live, so I can try to understand it a little better too. You know what I mean? Word.
All right. Yeah, I'll holler at y'all boys.
All right, Joe the
Man,
Boss.
y'all boys be cool, man.
Yeah. Cosmon.
Yo.
Tell the people where they can find you at, man.
Man, y'all know where to find your cousin at, man. Y'all go over there, Cosmon Cal TV. Hey, man, y'all breathe in. Let that light in, man. I'm Cosmon, man. I'm out of this thing, man. Hey, OTK, man, stay smooth, my guy.
You already know. Hey, but Cosmon.
Yo.
Before you go, man, I want you to do one thing, man. I want you to breathe in and let the light on through.
You like that, huh?
Yeah, bro. You ain't saying so fuck it. I just said to you then.
I did say it. You dig what I'm talking
But
about?
you ain't saying like you normally do, nigga.
Yeah. No, you dig what I'm talking about? You just gotta breathe in, let that light in. You dig what I'm talking about? Hey, y'all. I'm Cosmon and I'm out.
All right, bro. Love, man.
Peace, my guy.
Where motherfucking brother in arms. Always. Man, it's your boy Open the Knowledge, man. OTK, man. Wrap up another show. You know what I'm saying? Sorry we didn't get deeper into that reading, but it's just so much language inside that you got to take it slow just for people to understand. So you got to have questions. So, and that's what we do, man. We got questions. But before I go, let me show my love to everybody real quick.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always keep it 1,000. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my
And now y'all know damn well, that I wasn't about to let y'all leave. Let y'all leave now without me playing my goddamn theme song. Y'all know I got to play my goddamn theme song. Oh, it ain't right. You know what I mean? It just wouldn't be right if I didn't play my theme song, man. And the reason why I'm pumping is because I hope my dog go viral with this shit. You know what I mean? I ain't even gonna lie to you. For the creativity, the work, and all that was put into this, I hope my dog go viral, man. Word, word. And shout out to Engine Radio, man. Yeah, yeah, man. You know, it's all good. We here now, man. We here now, man.
I wanna be your statue, baby. But you look at me and say, who is that guy? And I can't believe it. 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 This is so messed up, and you know I wanted more for us. But it got me looking like a fake ass Morpheus. Who is this guy? Just know that I'm still standing tall, like a statue, baby. I can withstand it all. Statue. I wanna be your statue, baby. But you look at me and say, who is that guy? And I can't believe it. 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 Damn, 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 they really did it, man. With the way it got it to the dead, man. Damn, 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 I don't know what to do. Cause who is the dead, you're my statue? Statue, who's that? Who is that guy? Statue, statue. Who is that guy? Statue, statue. Ooh. What in the Wizard of Oz is so bad, no.
People are literally changing.
Yeah, y'all already know, man. Hey, this goes out to y'all, man. Hey, peace and love, man. And make sure y'all tell somebody out there that y'all love them, man. Somebody, someone, or something. I know, right, Enoch? You know, I saying that shit like that shit was an old classic and shit. You know what I mean? Word. For real. I hope he go viral with that shit and become super famous with that song and that shit. For real. Wish nothing but greatness for that brother. You know what I mean? But yeah, man. Hey, y'all already know, man. In case ain't nobody tell y'all that they love y'all, y'all already know how me and Big Dog Philly OG do. Huh? We love y'all, man. Peace.